Good morning and welcome to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Financial Aid Advisory Committee meeting for December 10th, 2020. Want to welcome committee members and others that are participating in this committee meeting. My name is Ed Koresli. I am serving as the chair for this year and want to welcome you all to this meeting. As we begin, just want to make some reminders about our meeting, especially given we are doing this virtually, and that this meeting, is being broadcast and will be available via YouTube. So just be aware of that, committee members and others, with your camera, with your microphone, managing that as best you can. Through this. Do want to remind that when you're not speaking, if you could mic or mute your mic, that would be helpful to avoid any feedback. Also, just be aware that as best possible, avoid talking over each other, given the clarity and what is needed for individuals to hear and for the recording that's taking place. We do have the opportunity to raise your hand with this platform we're using. So if you would like to speak, that's a good way to kind of manage individual speaking, but certainly want to give opportunity through this meeting for all to provide their voice and to speak on the topics and issues that we have. We're going to need to establish a quorum to begin this meeting, and so in a few minutes here, we will go through a roll call and give opportunity for committee members to introduce themselves. We are welcoming new members to the committee, and so opportunity for new members to introduce themselves, and as well as those who have been on the committee and continue to serve to have opportunity to, as best we can, again, in this virtual world, kind of get to know each other a little bit. Make sure when you are speaking that you do identify yourself, your name, just so that that is on record as to who's speaking. The last thing would just mention that you all have been provided a packet of information for the meeting with the materials. Not all of the information that is in your packet of materials will be displayed during the meeting, but you do have that for reference. The last thing is just with logistics of today's meeting. We're scheduled to begin here at 9 a.m. And are planning on concluding on or by 1 p.m. We will be taking a break around 11 o'clock. So if you're just being aware that we will be providing a little bit of a respite, knowing that these meetings can be long, and we need to take a break. So what I would like to do now is just go through a roll call to first of all verify that we have a quorum, and as mentioned, give opportunity for individuals to introduce themselves. And so along with just sharing your name, possibly your title and the institution that you are working at, would like all of you to respond in some way, if you choose, as to what is different or what are you doing now that you weren't doing prior to the pandemic. That could be either something within your office, in your own personal or professional life, but just something that's different, and just kind of sharing that. I'll begin by introducing myself, and then I'm going to be using in the handout you had the committee member handout with all of the members and some biographical information for them, and I'm going to be just following that. So that might help in just knowing when your opportunity to share will come up. But my name again is Ed Koresli. I serve as Director of Financial Aid at Angelo State University, and as mentioned, am serving this year as the chair. I've been a part of this committee for 2 previous years. The next person on kind of the list of the committee is the vice chair. That's actually something in the agenda you'll see where we will be electing a vice chair for this year. So maybe a little heads up that will be one item where we'll be looking for nominations, and we'll be making a selection. The next individual is Robert Marino. He is our past chair. So Robert.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Robert Marino, Dean of Financial Aid at San Jacinto College. One thing that I'm doing different from the past is, and I think all of us are doing, is we're doing more virtual meetings.
That's for sure. So, yeah, you grab the easy one, So I mean, and others can share as well. But yeah, this just new world and dealing with the technologies of this new world is something that I am continually challenged by, I guess I would say. But it all seems to work out. The next individual is Dr. Charles Pendero-Pulse, who is with the coordinating board.
I'm Chad Quintero-Pulse, and I am Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs. And I forgot everything I was supposed to say, but anyways, something new that I've been doing since the pandemic is more involvement in federal grant programs. We have received more federal funds, and so administering those has been a new piece that we've been learning how to do in SFAP.
Good. Okay, how about Taryn Anderson?
Hi, everyone. I'm Taryn Anderson. I'm the Director of Financial Aid at the University of Dallas and also serving as TASFA president this year. Something new that my family's taken up during the pandemic is riding bikes. So I have 3 boys, and trying to get them out of the house to do an activity and wear them down as much as possible. We spend a lot of time riding bikes around.
Okay. Dr. Ben Bolin?
Good morning. Ben Bolin, principal at Arlington College and Career High School in the Arlington Independent School District. And something different for me that I didn't do before is just spending a lot of time doing online shopping for basic necessities. A lot more than I want to, for sure.
Yeah, okay. Joanna Boley.
Good morning. I'm the Senior Associate Vice Chancellor for Financial Aid at Lone Star College in the Houston area. And one of the items that we have been doing more of with work is virtual financial aid with our students because we have been closed. Much of our buildings have been closed. We have set up virtual lobbies and virtual training for our students.
Okay, Victoria Chen.
Hey everyone, Victoria Chen. I'm the aid director at Texas Christian University. One thing that I am doing differently, and I'm sure everyone else is also, is celebrating holidays and special occasions virtually with our loved ones. So.
Okay, good. Had received notice that Paul Galena is not able to join us today, so make record of that. And then Rachel Garrett.
It's Rochelle Garrett.
Rochelle, I apologize.
That's okay. That's fine. Director of Financial Aid here at SFA at Stephen F. Austin. And I guess something, kind of repeating myself, virtual meetings continually. I think my meetings have seemed to have increased quite a bit. Everything related to COVID and new programs we have going on campus. So I think increased meetings is my biggest thing at this point.
Sure. Didi Gonzalez.
Good morning, Dee Dee Gonzalez. I'm the Associate Director of Financial Aid at Texas State University. And one thing different now is I'm reading a lot more. I always wanted to read, never could find the time, but the pandemic kind of allowed that. So I'm enjoying it.
Heidi Granger.
You're on mute, Heidi.
I do this all the time, you know, and I don't know if some of you saw that commercial. I think it was Xfinity where Santa is talking. Did anybody see this? It was during the Macy's Day Parade, and he said, "Santa, you're on mute," because he's talking to them via the phone. But that's what that reminded me of. It was a great commercial if you haven't seen it. But anyways, I'm sorry about that. My name is Heidi Granger. Like Ed said, like Ed, I've been on the committee for 2 years. I'm Assistant Vice President of Student Financial Services at the University of Texas at El Paso. Personally, like Taryn, I've bought a bicycle. I ride with my young son, and I found that I can be very creative, both professionally and, you know, at home. I'm learning to do things I've never done before because I need to keep my son entertained. And at work also, I was going to say the same thing. We have, of course, the virtual meetings, but we also have set up a virtual assistance for our students, which has been working out wonderfully. But I think the most important thing is I've tried to engage the staff. We have what we call Meet Me for Coffee once every other week, and we're not allowed to talk about work. We talk about other things. We do charades. We do things that are different. We ask, like, who's your favorite person in the world, those kinds of things. And it's been a very good, you know, just trying to keep the team together. So I share that with all of you. Just if you want a copy, please feel free. It's worked out great. And welcome, everybody, because I know there's a whole new group that just started today.
Okay, Bridget Ingram.
Hi, I'm Bridget Ingram, Director of Scholarships and Financial Aid at Texas A&M University. I'm happy to be here. Something we're doing differently, definitely meeting students where they are. You know, we're changing a lot of things we've always done. A lot of our in-person celebrations and things have now been virtual, so a lot of changes. And then another thing is awarding emergency aid. That's been big this year. I kind of joke, you know, we got $20 million, and who knew it would be so hard to spend $20 million. So it was very rewarding. We're very happy to have the funds and able to help our students. But that's been a big difference this year. Something we didn't expect was spending, you know, extra funding.
Okay, Tam Gian.
What was that name again, Ed?
Is it Tam?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes, that's me. It's Tam Nguyen. Hi, everyone. This is Tam Nguyen. I'm a financial aid counselor and the scholarship coordinator at UNT Health Science Center. So welcome, everybody that's new. I've been on the committee for about 2 years now, and they provide like really great information and discussion right now for the pandemic. Everything, we're online and everything, but with our team, we're constantly on Microsoft Teams and chat and everything, and definitely a lot of biking going on. I actually had to pick up one of the kids this morning because there's a COVID investigation in their class too, so it's just wild right now. But welcome everybody new.
Okay, Holly Nolan.
Good morning. I'm Holly Nolan. I serve as the Executive Director of Financial Aid at University of Houston Clear Lake. And what's different for me this year, a lot of things as with everybody else, but I think what's special is my children are doing, older children are doing well in the online programs at school, but my 8-year-old wasn't doing so well this year. So we are homeschooling and relearning 3rd grade. So.
Shannon Norton.
Hi, I'm Shauna Norton. I'm Director of the Social and Emotional Services Department in the Wichita Falls Independent School District. And I shared earlier, I don't think anything has really changed with my home life because my husband and I were homebodies before. We live in the country, we don't eat out, all that fun stuff. But I do feel like at work, everything has changed. Everything is new. In particular, one of the things that we have struggled with this year is trying to help students and parents complete the FAFSA without actually having them coming into the school buildings to complete the FAFSA. So that's been fun.
Stephen Peterson.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Peterson. I'm the Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships at Blinn College on the Brenham campus. Having lost a lot of our face-to-face interaction with students and families, we've had to look for other ways to be able to reach out and communicate with them. So we've started doing a lot of Facebook Live and Instagram Live sessions on there as well, too, as well as virtual FAFSA nights. And so we kind of miss that in-person contact, but we're able, or at least looking for good ways to be able to continue to communicate and keep those lines of dialogue going with our families.
Thomas Ratliff.
I'm Thomas Ratliff, the Director of Student Financial Services at Abilene Christian University. I think one of the things for me is just that I've gotten used to driving back or walking back and forth to my car a lot more often than I used to, just because I inevitably get out of the car, make it about halfway to the building when I remember, oh yeah, my mask. Turn back around, go grab it off the stick shift and head back into the building. So I suppose maybe that's giving me a little extra activity, a little extra exercise, but probably not enough because I think I'm gaining my COVID-19 right now.
Kelly Stillman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Stillman. I'm the Director of Financial Aid at Amarillo College. I think the thing that's changed for me is I'm relearning how to do 4th and 5th grade math in a new way, trying to help my daughter through that. So that is something that has drastically changed. And like Thomas, I often walk out of my office and make it about halfway down the hallway before someone reminds me to put my mask back on.
Dr. Joy Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joy Thomas, Associate Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships at Prairie View A&M. I've been on this committee, I think this is my 2nd year. One of the things that's different for me, and this is personally, I end up watching a lot more TV than usual. I'm a person, I don't watch TV, and not just any TV, I'm caught into reality TV. So I find myself working and picking up at the TV more often than usual. So I have to get back adjusted to just focusing on working because the TV, you will get caught up. So that's one thing that's different for me in my personal life.
Dr. Foreman Thompson.
Good morning, everyone. Foreman Thompson, Midland College. This is my 2nd year being a part of this committee, so I'm going to hold all of you to the fire to make sure that I am engaged and participating. I am here. This is my 2nd year here in Texas, so I've gone through this learning curve of, being in Arizona prior to coming to here, and everything is a law. Everything is a law when it comes to dealing with, state and federal fundings and institutional funding. But what COVID has really done for me is that it has really pushed me to do a whole lot more documenting conversations, as well as assessments. One thing that I'm really amazed about is that we have been able to create FAFSA workshops virtually, as well as campus tours for students. So that is something that I could not have imagined that we would have been able to have done, but we did it. Thank you.
Okay, Arnold Trio.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Arnold Trejo, and I'm Executive Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships at the University of Texas, San Antonio. Delighted to be here with you. Certainly, I want to echo what my colleagues have said in pivoting to this pandemic environment. My whole staff is working remote. Some of us are going in just to get some hard copy scholarship checks and the like, but we certainly pushed a lot of services to online. In the financial aid arena, we've been talking for years about becoming paperless. Well, guess what? We've got to do it now. the things that I do to, I guess, to adjust to this pandemic and not get a cabin fever working remote and attending Zoom meetings is my nature walks. My wife and I live out in North San Antonio in the corridor of the hill country. So I have 5 acres to walk around and whatnot. But I will say that I'm ahead with my Christmas shopping because I'm having Amazon deliver my tamales. So if you see me walking out of the meeting, Chair Ed, it's not out of disrespect. I've got to get my tamales for Christmas.
All right. Denise Welch.
Good morning. My name is Denise Welch. I am the Financial Aid Director at Panola College in rural East Texas. And I guess the thing that has really changed is I have this thing around my neck so I don't forget it. And I have it on a chain. So I have grandma's glasses chained to my mask. So that's a different accessory than I had before the pandemic.
Okay, and then Jace Kugia.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Jace Kugia. I'm the student representative, and my institution is the University of Texas at Austin. I'm still in my first year serving on the committee. And one thing that I've kind of taken up during the pandemic, similar to Dr. Trejo, in terms of walking, trying to make a point to take a midday walk at some point. If I can, I bring my dog with me, and he's been very happy about those midday walks, but just kind of breaking my day up and getting some fresh air.
All right, so I think I've called the roll of every individual that is on the committee. It sounds like we do have a quorum, so we can move forward. The next item on the agenda.
Ed, I need to jump in.
Sure.
What we're going to need to do is put items 2, 3, 4, and 5 and delay those to later in the meeting so that we can start on time with our agenda item number 6.
Okay, yeah, if we want to move forward there, I was going to just maybe quick go through that, but let's move on to agenda item 6, which is we have guests that are joining us. That will be talking about the initiative of the online TASFA, and those individuals are Alex Berseman, who's from the Texas Education Agency. We also have Claudette Jenkins, who is from the coordinating board, and then Robert Marino, who is a committee member and on the subcommittee for the TASFA.
Excellent. I'm Alexis Badgerman. Would you like me to kick us off?
Sure, let's go ahead. Yeah.
Excellent. So glad to meet with you all. Again, Alexis Badgerman. I am the Deputy Director of College Career and Military Prep at the Texas Education Agency. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to step in today and just provide some updates on our work related to the HB3 passing of the requirement for financial aid application for graduation on the high school side. So I was invited to share about 10 minutes of updates with you, and I promise to keep to my time allotment. And if I understand correctly, I'm not sharing slides. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. I am on it. So just want to share sort of looking at what we have done to date in regards to the passage of HB3 and the implementation resources that TEA is looking to provide to our school districts. Obviously, our launch of implementation development got a little bit waylaid in terms of surprise work streams that came out of COVID-19, but we have managed to get back on track and have accomplished quite a bit in terms of supporting districts and meeting this requirement. So a list of some of the accomplishments and work to date. We were able to, on the sort of IT side, approve the data elements that will be required for reporting and TSDS PEIMS. We were able to draft an opt-out form. This is probably the request we've received most from the field, is we know that there's the ability for students, parents, and or counselors to opt their student out of the graduation requirement, but that there is a form that's meant to be forthcoming from the state to support that. So we worked to draft that form and ensure that the components within the form are sufficient without overstepping authority. We were able to draft State Board of Education rules. So the proposed amendment to Texas Administrative Code Chapter 74, Subchapter B, graduation requirements, was approved for first reading at this last SBOE meeting in November. And then we've also drafted commissioners' rules. The context in which this work has been accomplished is in the convening of an advisory committee through the months of July through October. So we, per the bill, per HB 3, we're required to convene a group of stakeholders from across the state, representing districts, higher ed institutions, and community-based organizations to discuss both the development of the commissioner's rules and in implementing the new requirement, but also to really brainstorm and troubleshoot what needs districts might have in building their own capacity to meet this requirement. So in the context of that advisory committee, we had about 22 stakeholders representing those entities that I mentioned. They were able to identify what sort of resources they felt that districts would need to successfully support implementation, and that in addition to the sort of tactical requirements for rules and forms, what additional guidance might districts need in really interpreting and launching this requirement for the first time. So a couple of the requests for additional guidance to come from TEA in the coming months are guidance on how to define good cause. In the statute, it says that counselors might authorize a student opt-out for good cause, but there's a lot of left to interpretation on what good cause might mean. So while still wanting to give the freedom for districts and counselors to define it, giving some guidance on what might be categorized as good cause. Also wanting to give our districts the guidance around how to communicate the value of applying for financial aid. So while there's lots of interest in the opportunity to opt out, we also want to empower and support our districts in understanding and communicating to students and parents the true value behind this opportunity to apply for aid. Also offering guidance on what types of information a counselor may or may not disclose to their district. So there is some language in the statute around what a counselor might collect in terms of a method of proof from a student that they've completed the requirement, and what they can and cannot pass on to the district level. And so helping districts understand that line in protecting student privacy, but also being able to understand the trends within their district of who is completing and in what manner, and how they might support students who are perhaps underrepresented in completing the application and applying for aid. We will also be providing some guidance on the statutory language completed and submitted, which I know the folks in this group know better than most is a complicated manner of phrasing the requirement. And so helping our districts understand the precise language, and that ensuring there aren't any unintended consequences of students who cannot graduate because they have not submitted and completed, as opposed to completed and submitted, and happy to share that guidance with you all as it comes out. Also in that advisory committee, we reviewed that proposed opt-out form, so got lots of different perspectives to ensure we were not providing too much or too little information, or requesting too much or too little information on that form, and then reviewed those proposed commissioners' rules that will be forthcoming this spring. And finally, spent time with a data subcommittee to talk about data collection processes, and of course, a key topic in that was around the electronic TASFA that is forthcoming, which Claudette, I know, will be sharing some more information. Following all of this work with our committee, we drafted a legislative report that will be submitted to the legislature by January 1st. So that shall be available for public viewing quite soon. And then moving forward, some sort of next steps on TEA's side is a set of initial resource dissemination. So this spring, we'll be sharing those commissioners' rules, the opt-out form that's been approved, and all that supplemental guidance that I just referenced. We're also working on several procurements to create a single web-based hub for what we're calling stakeholder toolkits. So all those implementation resources, really curating the great content that already exists, but putting it in an easy to find, easy to navigate stakeholder-based experience for students, parents, educators, and then also community partners in Texas. So if you're a local chamber of commerce, or if you're an IHE that's wanting to partner with many districts in your community to do FAFSA campaigns and that sort of thing, providing some resources and best practices for that stakeholder as well. And then working very closely with Claudette and with the Higher Ed Coordinating Board on a mechanism for TASFA data collection and dissemination that aligns with that new legislation that's also in the works. So a couple of moving pieces at one time. And then also just looking towards a plan for continuous improvement. Obviously, because there is so much moving and changing at the same time, and we encountered COVID in the middle of all of these processes, we recognize that the first year of implementation next year will likely need to have quite a few feedback loops in place of how we can continuously improve our resources, continuously improve our data reporting processes and supports. And so we would love to engage with this group, but also have convened some longer term sort of work groups and feedback loops in the district side to be able to ensure that as we move forward, that we're really empowering our districts for success. Whew, I think I did it. 9 minutes. I think I'll go ahead and pass it on to Claudette, and then if there's time at the end, we'll take questions. Does that sound right?
That sounds good.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time. Again, really pleased to be with you today.
Thanks, Alexis. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So I've been asked to provide an update on the TASFA Advisory Committee. I've been presenting this information to you all over time. So just a quick overview. The TASFA Advisory Committee was responsible for making recommendations to the legislature on the adoption of procedures to allow a person to complete and submit a TASFA beginning with applications for the 22-23 academic year. This committee met 4 times over 3 months between July and September. The committee discussed key topics that were included the procedure, development, and the associated cost considerations for developing the online TASFA. They also talked about an overview of technical and functional revisions that needed to be made to the Apply Texas system, since this online application is to also, as part of the statute, be integrated into Apply Texas. Like the other report that Alexis mentioned, our report is also due to the legislature in January 1. So the report did happen. It included recommendations and considerations on relevant statutory changes in the development of and procedures for the online TASFA. The recommendations were really based on the stakeholder feedback. We got stakeholder feedback from institutions of higher education, from student users, as well as other state agencies that have similar applications. So again, we're trying to make sure that this is going to be available for that 22-23 school year. There were 7 recommendations overall that the committee made. I mean, like we mentioned, it was a very short and quick turnaround time. So they did a lot in a very short, truncated time. So out of those 7 recommendations, there were 2 recommendations on procedures for this. And one of them was number one, and most importantly, requiring institutions to accept the TASFA to verify student eligibility for state financial aid. The recommendation really was intended to establish a standard format while allowing a person to submit either an online or paper version of the TASFA to an institution. The statute currently is unclear whether the institutions are required to accept it, so the committee thought that it would be something put forward to recommend that at least the institution accept the application, whether it's in a paper format or other formats, but also the online version as well. They felt that it would create consistency for the students to experience, for students, and that they recommended requiring those institutions to accept both the online and paper formats. The other recommendation in the procedures was that the application collect all data necessary to calculate an expected family contribution. The other recommendation was one recommendation under the development and costs section, and that was to seek funding from the Texas legislature for ongoing maintenance. There was some, although this statute is in place, there is no funding for the statute. So we're looking to seek funding, and we've also explored other avenues for funding. And as Alexis mentioned, we're working together to establish a funding stream, at least for the development currently, and then an ongoing funding stream for maintenance and implementation beyond the first year. There were some technical and functional revision recommendations, and these were more of the specifics on for the users. So the committee recommended including a privacy statement on the online TASFA that assured that the state would not share information with any institution other than those that the student or the applicant identified. The committee suggested including a checkbox in the online application to acknowledge the receipt of the privacy statement. So these again are small functional and technical revisions to the application itself. They also recommended offering it in Spanish language translation as an option, and then suggested other languages as well. One of the other recommendations was to include pop-up information that explained the questions and sections of the application. And to me, this was very similar to the current FAFSA application and when we were envisioning this. But we know that the paper version also has information as well, so they wanted to be consistent with that. The committee also recommended keeping students' and parents' signature process very simple and protecting against fraud. So they suggested making 2 signature boxes, one for a parent and then one for a student signature at the end of the application. And they also asked that each party could either sign the online application by kind of dragging and dropping. So those are more specific pieces to the application and its development. So those are the recommendations, again, really quickly, but there were some other considerations that were discussed. The full report has already been approved by our board in October 22nd, so it is available currently if you want to read more, but there were some considerations about budget for implementation, as I mentioned. So we are looking for funding sources. There were some discussions on having institutions themselves, maybe putting a little bit more money into the Apply Texas piece, but I mean, there's a lot of discussion about different funding streams, but we are working on that. The other thing is institutions need to undergo system implementation, how to undergo those different and how to integrate the online application into their financial aid processing routine. There were concerns about where that funding would come from, if there would need to be any kind of changes to their systems, where that money would come from, because it's not currently budgeted at the institutional level. Other implications were development. There's still a question on whether or not how to develop the actual application, whether it would be an in-house versus a third-party vendor. So at the agency level, we're still exploring those different options. We have some ideas and we're still working towards those. One of the biggest things, and if you go back to the recordings of the meetings, there was interest in using a model that California had developed, which is the California Student Aid Commission developed the Dreamers Act application. And so they, a lot of the stakeholders felt having something very similar to the FAFSA would be preferable. And currently, out of discussion with lots of other states, they felt that that would be a good suggestion, a good starting point in developing the state's own application from scratch. So when we talk about in-house versus third-party vendor, we're looking at that California model as a basis first, and then but also exploring other third-party vendor options. The downside is that there might be significant costs for a vendor-driven solution. And then again, timing is another issue that we're having to consider. In order for it to be available by October 1, or for the 22-23 school year, we have to work very quickly, and time is ticking. So that's something that we're still doing. I still am remaining optimistic that we can get this done in the time frame that we have. But like Alexis mentioned, there's a lot of moving parts on this as well. Some other considerations that were discussed were data security measures, and then also considering the graduation timelines for high school graduation requirement under the House Bill 3. So it's looking at the different, rolling admissions and different admission points. So that was another discussion point. The next steps that we have, again, the biggest one is determining funding. I think we have some good avenues of looking at funding sources, but we are still in the works on that. Reviewing the timelines, we're looking at hopefully starting mid-January, early February for development if everything goes well. And then we can also have it available by August, September. Wishful thinking, that's our very tight timeline, but I think we can do it. And then the testing and all of those things have to happen within that time frame. We also have to look at the technical specifications and softwares on an annual cycle to be prepared for October 1, and then establishing ongoing processes to make sure that the TASFA, that's the paper TASFA and the online TASFA are aligned in some way. And then as Alexis mentioned, the next phase would be the data collection within that system as well, so that we can track students that have completed a TASFA within the actual application, within the system. So those are things that we're moving towards as well. And I'm hoping I'm at the same time frame. We're going to, again, postpone questions till the end, and I'll turn it over to Robert.
Thank you, Claudette. So the TASFA subcommittee we have not had very many activities since the last meeting, other than publishing the TASFA. On October 1st, it went live very successfully. I have not heard of any issues of it. So the main changes on this year's TASFA is that we added the adjusted gross income, taxes paid, improved some of the verbiage to align with the FAFSA, and make clarification on items such as selected service. Other than that, that's all we have done. Okay. And now we open the floor for questions.
Karen, I see your hand up.
I was curious, this is mostly for Alexis, with the FAFSA completion and the toolkit, what's the stream of communication to get that to the financial aid office side? Hopefully through THECB, TASFA, some other lines. I feel like sometimes that area, because it's really meant more towards the high schools and districts, that it doesn't come through the normal means, but we're the ones who do most of their FAFSA nights, and obviously we want to go into those knowing the same information that the high schools know.
That's such a great question, Taryn, and I appreciate it. There are a couple of sort of opportunities we're hoping to leverage. I'm very excited about the shift of Texas OnCourse into the Higher Ed Coordinating Board, because I think it solves for exactly what you're describing of there's this really important transition point where we need to have a K-12 and higher ed in the same space and sharing the same resources and messaging to students and parents and educators in the same way. And so the anticipated plan is to leverage one common place in partnership with the higher ed coordinating board, so that we would both be messaging out the same set of resources, and to add in that what I'm calling community partners, but I think in all likelihood many of those will be an IHE in a community that's serving multiple districts in those FAFSA campaigns and that sort of thing. So that extra toolkit that takes us beyond student facing, parent facing, and like counselor advisor facing is meant to use the same collateral, but packaged differently for the purpose of IHEs, chambers of commerce, and other community-based partners that might be serving multiple districts, but to have that exactly the same talking points, the same kind of content that the other stakeholders would. Other questions from the group? Looks like Shauna has a question.
I do have a question. And Alexis, I actually think I already asked you this question when we had our the Texas at the TCA conference in November. But when you say that guidance is going to be released and that the drafted opt-out form will be released in the spring, do we have a more clarified date on when that might be, since, you know, spring is fairly long?
It's a multiple month to time frame. The aim is for February at this point, and I hate to commit to a date, just knowing, again, how very many moving parts there are at play right now. And also from the TEA side, in the context of COVID, communications have just been very closely monitored of when to broach new topics that are not very specific to COVID, and knowing that our leadership are very focused on immediate crises and sort of wanting to parse out what we put on any individual's plate at any given time. But the target deadline is February to release at a minimum the opt-out form, and that sort of basic guidance that I referenced, that sort of things that are not necessarily in statute or in code, but that districts will benefit from having a little bit of guidance on. And those would be released in the context of just the TEA website and then pushed out through our newsletter. I'll absolutely be sharing with partners at the coordinating board to ensure that that can be messaged through multiple channels. The hub, the web hub, because procurement is involved in developing that website, will likely be a just-in-time resource that'll be released this summer, late summer. But we will have a starter packet in probably February. Let me give myself until March just to have a little breathing room. I had an extra excellent point that I'm forgetting, but I'll circle back if it comes to me.
Thank you.
You bet.
This is Ed for Leslie. Yeah. So, one of the things that kind of I anticipated was, with knowing that this new requirement was going to be out there for 22-23, that we would see in this current year cycle, 21-22, many more students completing the FAFSA, coming out of high school. The opposite seems to be true from kind of information we're hearing, that there's a lag in high school students completing. And obviously, the COVID pandemic is the elephant in the room. But I guess any thoughts about kind of that lag, and I think any thoughts about how we in the financial aid community for this year, as well as in the coming year, can be that resource, that support to help the high schools complete that requirement.
I'll start, but I'm sure that's a great discussion for, honestly, the entire group, I think. And I agree that the numbers are really distressing right now, Ed. There's the sort of relative sense where Texas isn't faring the worst of all the states, but we're certainly not doing as well as we have in the past, and certainly not where we would like to be on the cusp of this new requirement for graduation. So I've been tracking that data and fretting a fair bit myself. I'm hopeful that that the timing of the new requirement taking place in a year that should be more normal, that we will skyrocket in terms of numbers. I'm hopeful and do genuinely anticipate that to be the case. But in terms of this year and completion and not wanting this to be the last lost class. There are a couple of efforts underway. Claudette, I don't know if you want to have anything more to share about the future focused work, but there's a campaign directly to school counselors that is in general about enrollment and sort of meeting that spring and summer melt need for the class of 2021 to ensure that they are getting the information they need in front of them in a bite-sized and virtual context to enroll, to apply for aid, and those sorts of things. So there are some campaigns that are currently underway, but I don't have a silver bullet. I'll be honest.
Just to piggyback on Alexis's point, we are working, the agency and TEA and a number of other agencies are working together to support this break, and it's through the Future Focus campaign. We can send you a link to the resources because although it's targeted to counselors in the K through 12 pipeline, it is relevant to anyone who's advising students. And so it's really they're what they call counselor packages of information to send out to students to kind of get them to understand the different points or steps that they need to be taking in order to continue their college access or any other pathway they want to try. So that's something that we are working on, and we can share that with you as well. But to your point, we're talking about some things that we've noticed in our another project that I work on in Advise Texas, where they have their near peer advising. Virtual advising is even more difficult too. It's a thing that's happening across the state. It's hard. What we're recognizing is that there's not a lot of motivation from students to want to do things because of a lot of uncertainty. And where this future focus work came from was all the confusion around what processes need to happen to get to higher education. And so that's why we kind of shifted to make it a little bit more manageable. But I will tell you that students are still confused about these processes. So I would recommend that if you have access to as an institution as a whole, update your processes on what is acceptable for admission, what's acceptable process for the financial aid, make it available and clear in a one step, very accessible and not 3 or 4 clicks into the website. It should be somewhere on a website, very clear on all the steps that need to happen, because there's a lot of confusion, like have things changed? And there's an assumption that things have changed significantly. So having that information out and available in one click or on the website, very prevalent, would be a suggestion. The other thing is, I don't think that students understand that their actions are going to affect them in the long term. So they, thinking back on ways or campaigns, we're kind of thinking and talking about this at the state level, but talking about maybe if you miss this boat, this could be the long-term outcome, that it'll be difficult for you to get into the higher ed pipeline. So I don't know if that's something that you all can do, but that's something that we're having discussions at the state level about. And so returning back to that maybe deficit model, that if you don't get your degree, how the workforce, you wouldn't be able to get a job that pays a living wage. So those are discussions that, just some bite-sized things that we've been talking about at the statewide level.
Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Yeah, Taryn?
I had a question for Claudette, going back to the TASFA, electronic TASFA. You mentioned development starting in mid-January. Was that development of the actual application January 2021?
Yes.
So how can we move forward with development of the application without having those funding components in place?
We're in the process of working with TEA for the development of the application. That's not solidified yet. In fact, we have a meeting right after this meeting to discuss that, and our leadership does understand the urgency and the time frame. So, and like Alexis mentioned, I'm trying to be optimistic that it'll open October 1 to mirror the timeline with the FAFSA opening. However, we might have a few months of delay, just depending on what ultimately happens with our development. But that's the timeline we're sticking to in order to make it accessible. But yes, we do have we have a funding source that can develop it, we're planning to go to the legislature or even through use of internal funds to support it beyond this first year. So that's where we are right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I want to thank the individuals who've joined us. We're, at kind of the time allotted, but do know committee members and others, if there are further questions and things, there's contact information in, anything, that we could be doing to kind of be involved in this, couple of new big lifts, even in the normal times and especially now with, like you say, the uncertainty, but excited about, everything that we could be doing to assist students to see the opportunities of funding for higher education, and that's ultimately what this is about. So thank you for your time in this meeting.
Thank you for having us.
Want to move on to agenda item 7. I saw that Megan Covell has joined our meeting. She is the Vice President for Policy and Federal Relations at NASFA. And she's going to be providing some update about kind of what's happening as a result of the recent elections and other things going on in Washington. So Megan, are you there?
Megan, you're muted if you're talking right now. Okay, we're working on getting Megan's mute to turn off. So hold on.
I was having the same issue earlier, and I logged out, logged back in, and it fixed it. But the first 2 times I've logged in, I've had the same issue where I can't unmute.
Yes, Megan, if you would go ahead and leave and come back, and we'll see if that solves it.
I think has been mentioned, but you'll see, we've got a slide deck here that for Megan's presentation that was not in the original materials, but that and other information shared in this meeting, I think will be provided later to have in the information that you're receiving for this meeting.
Megan is coming back in right now, so hopefully it'll clear up.
She's still muted. And I can't, I'm trying to unmute her, but I don't have the option to.
Same here.
Well, isn't technology fun?
Megan, can you call in using the phone option?
Sorry for the delay, folks. We've just sent Megan the dial-in information so that she can try calling in for the audio. Megan, did you receive the call-in information? Okay. Okay.
Is now joining.
We can hear you now, Megan, I think.
Is there an echo for you?
Yeah.
All right. I just
Turn the volume down on your computer all the way.
All right. Is there still an echo for you?
Nope.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Y'all can hear me okay, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, get back to the PowerPoint here. Okay. All righty. So sorry about all of that, first of all, the joys of doing everything remotely. It's really good to be with all of you this morning, and thank you so much for inviting NASFA to give an update on kind of the state of play in Washington, especially after the election, and, being able to talk a little bit about what's on tap for student aid over the next year or so, especially as we think about the new administration and a brand new Congress coming in. So there's a lot in this presentation. These are some of the topics that we're going to hit. I will note that I'll probably go through some slides more quickly than other slides. I'll make sure, I think I sent a copy of this presentation for you all to have in your handout. So if I go through some of them more quickly, you'll be able to have them for reference. So I'll try to stop at a few points during the presentation just to see if there are questions as we go along. And I will also try to leave some time for questions at the end. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. And I always really like to begin this type of presentation by really starting high level and talking about the Washington political climate, because I really think that we can't understand what's happening to our programs, the federal student aid programs, and the things that we care about and focus on unless we understand what's happening big picture, because the themes and trends that we're seeing at a high level really have a way of kind of shaking down to the work that we do on the programs we care about, and, whether progress is made or progress isn't made, or things are hard or things are easy. So I'm going to kind of set the stage a little bit for what the dynamics were in Washington and continue to be, over the past several years and currently. And I think big picture, the first thing that we have to mention is just that we have a very, very divided Congress right now. And that's no surprise to any of you. If you follow the news even a little bit, you know that we're generally in a place of, division and gridlock and very heightened partisanship here in Washington. And, there's always, of course, been two parties and kind of that natural tension between the two of them. But over the last decade, we've really seen an increase of the loss of moderates. So those folks that were, identified as Republican or identified as Democrat, but were more middle of the aisle and kind of willing to reach across to the other chamber or party and kind of, extend, being willing to give up or being willing to negotiate. And we're just not seeing a lot of that. And in fact, I think right now it's fair to say that compromise has kind of become a dirty word. And there are a lot of cases where people can kind of get in trouble with their party if they end up kind of, giving or taking a little bit. So it's really just not a great scenario to be in. It doesn't set up Congress to be successful, to be continually pushing out legislation and to being productive. And that's not a political statement. That is the case for both sides of the aisle. And it's really just where kind of the institution of Congress has gone. Other things that have impacted the Washington dynamics, especially over this past year, is just the impeachment process generally. And again, I want to caveat that this is not a political statement, but simply to say that there are only so many days every year when both the House and Senate are in session and members of Congress are here in D.C. They're called work days. And there's a lot of days when, the Senate isn't in session or the House isn't in session and members are back home in their states or districts. All that to say is the time is precious when they are together and are able to have legislative work days. And the impeachment process in total took up 7 weeks. And especially for the Senate, that was 7 weeks where they just couldn't do anything else. So not only are there limited work days, there's always also a limited amount of oxygen on Capitol Hill. And when you get into something as detailed and time consuming as an impeachment process, for example, it doesn't allow time to continue work and make progress on other issues. Of course, the other big factor is the pandemic, which I know is stating the obvious, but just to kind of put a fine point on that, I always kind of say to folks that in the beginning of this calendar year, I really thought we were maybe going to see a full reauthorization by the end of this Congress. This is the 116th Congress, and it ends this year. Congresses are 2 years in their term. We were having really good conversations with both the House and Senate, and particularly in the Senate with both Republicans and Democrats. We had kind of every indication and every reason to believe that they were really making good progress on reauthorization, asking the kind of detailed questions that you only ask if you are heavy into crafting legislative language. And so I would have said there was a good chance that something could happen. I would have said that even early in March. I remember I was traveling early March at a presentation and said just the very same thing. And then, of course, everything unfolded so quickly with the pandemic and, basically from mid-March. And I think you could make the argument up even until now, the pandemic became Congress's focus. And it should have, that's not a statement about them not being able to do other things and handle the pandemic, but what it did in a very stark way is put a grinding halt to any other progress that was being made on our bills, on bills in other policy areas. So it really kind of jammed the gears. And the other huge thing, what a year, right, for things to impact, certainly everything in our nation and the world, but impact and the ability for Congress to get things done is the election. And so anytime there are election years, and certainly when there are presidential election years, it has a way of kind of grinding things to a halt on Capitol Hill. And there's really two reasons for that. The first is just that, number one, in election years, members of Congress, and again, to say it was such a weird year to begin with, to be going through an election season while also the pandemic was going on. But members of Congress don't typically like to be in Washington as much during election years. And that's because they want to be back home in their states and districts, campaigning, talking to constituents. So that has a way of kind of limiting already the work that can get done. Typically, Congress will recess longer during election years to allow members to go home and campaign, that type of thing. And then the other reason that not a lot typically gets done in election years is that generally members of Congress don't want to vote on anything, big or controversial during an election year. Nothing that would rock the boat, nothing that would send a supporter or somebody who was kind of in the middle, probably going to vote for them, kind of to the other side. And that is not, that's not new to this Congress. That's kind of how it always goes. And it's sort of like in our policy world, we always know, like, when an election year comes up, that things are really going to slow down. And a perfect example of this is, and we'll talk more about this later, but Congress was just unable to get a second COVID relief bill out prior to the election. And that was very much tied up in election politics. There was a lot of concern. The House wanted a certain number. The Senate wanted a certain number. The House was scared to make it less, wondering how it would impact the election. The Senate was scared to make it more, wondering how it would impact the election for them. And so that is a really good example of how if there weren't a presidential election exact moment in time in this year, talks probably would have proceeded and we probably would have had a second bill. Just a slide here about President-elect Biden. We followed all of the candidates back to when there were, near 20 Democratic candidates in the primary. Higher education has been a big focus of the Democratic platform. And, I won't go into everything in detail here. I just think as we kind of look into next year, the things that we can be looking for, I think, are some of these big ticket proposals that have been part of the broader Democratic platform even before Biden. So things like, I sort of see three really big things. One is free college, and there are different variations of that, right? Is it free college for everyone? Is it only free college for some folks? Is it just free tuition? Is it just free college at community colleges? I think free college is kind of thrown around there and has become kind of colloquial, but you all know better than anyone that there's a lot more detail there in terms of who it's for and what the intent is and things like that. The Biden campaign and now President-elect Biden has really focused, I think, on free community college and then making four-year college free for families under a certain income threshold. So that's kind of the one big idea. And I know there are a lot of ideas up here. I'm not brushing the rest of them aside, but kind of as I think of it, the second big idea is doubling Pell. So that's also been a talk, was a message on the campaign and also has been folded over into what the President-elect Biden's transition team is talking about. So really beefing up the investment in the Pell Grant program, not just by a couple $100 as we normally see other year, but really infusing it with a significant amount of funds. That, too, is not as simple as it seems. And that's why I love talking to groups like this, because you all sort of know that double Pell might just seem very easy. But the question is, are we talking about doubling Pell only for current recipients? Are we talking about just doubling those who are getting the max? Or are we talking about doubling the actual appropriation? Because if we double the actual appropriation, the way the Pell tables work, that will expand eligibility up the income scale. So those are the kind of things that, in peeling back the curtain a little bit, when we do this level of work and the work that you all do, we kind of have to, not put a damper on this stuff, but kind of unpack it a little bit, especially for like the media or folks who may not understand how the programs work at a very detailed level. And then the third big idea is debt forgiveness, which I know you all have seen, and maybe even more than you wanted to in the news at this point. It's kind of all over the place. There's a lot of different ideas floating around about debt forgiveness right now. Where this all started is back early on in the campaign. Senator Sanders and Senator Warren had a proposal, and they still do in their roles as senators, to forgive $50,000 in debt for everyone. I think the Biden campaign didn't. I say campaign because at the time, this is while they were on the trail, did not have any proposal for debt forgiveness. And then as we got closer to the election, President-elect Biden came out and said that he would consider forgiving $10,000 in debt for everyone. And then as talks continued, it sort of came about, okay, well, $10,000 in debt for everyone, and perhaps as part of the stimulus bill. So I think we're going to keep a close eye on that. There are a lot of people who are pushing President-elect Biden to really come in and do debt forgiveness via executive order. I think there is debate, and people who on both sides of the aisle have some strong arguments for why a president could do this through executive order and strong arguments for why they couldn't, depending on how you interpret the statute. That's sort of beyond our level of expertise at NASPA, but it is something to watch for. I don't know what will happen with it, but I will say this: if it doesn't happen in the context of a stimulus bill or in COVID relief, I think it is something that we can expect Congress to maintain momentum for and interest in. And then the last kind of thing I'll wrap up with these three big things, and there are a lot of other proposals in here as well, is just these are huge big ticket items. And I say ticket because all of these things would be really expensive to do. And so, NASPA, we are sort of thinking through all these proposals, and I think our role traditionally has been, and we want this to be the same, is to make sure that when people are considering these policy positions, they consider all of the detail, all the devil in the detail, and that's kind of what we're working on unpacking kind of as we speak. But I think politically, just to add some commentary, that it will be sort of difficult for a Biden administration and the 117th Congress, which will be coming in January with him, to achieve all of those things. And so if you're thinking about it from his perspective and people that are advising him, my guess is the conversations are probably going on of, what's your favorite of these things? Or if you do something like forgive $10,000 in loans for everybody, does that, A, that's expensive, but B, does that also expend some political capital? So if then, through reauthorization or through the appropriations process next year, you want to double the Pell Grant, will Congress will say to you, no, you just did this thing 9 months earlier that was very, very expensive. These are all just considerations that we have to think of. It's going to be interesting to watch it unfold. And I will say, attention given to higher ed is not a bad thing, right? So we may have ideas about whether these are good or bad proposals or whether they could be modified, but at least people are talking, and oftentimes big picture proposals don't end up sort of as they were initially proposed, but maybe smaller versions of them are actually what gets through. And that's not necessarily a bad thing either. So we expect to be very busy during this administration, and also expect that the administration will kind of come in and do things kind of right away to start to overturn some things that were done in the Trump administration, particularly on the regulatory front. So we are kind of buckling up for a busy time ahead. If you want to dive in a little bit more into what we're focused on as we think of a new administration and a new Congress, we did put out a document last month, I think it was at the end of November, that basically outlines 5 key student aid priorities for the incoming Biden administration and the new 117th Congress. And really what this is a summary of recommendations that we've had for a very long time, most of them kind of tied into reauthorization, and just kind of, figuring that a new administration is going to come in, they're going to have a lot of people talking to them across all different policy areas. And if we had an opportunity to speak to them and kind of focus them on what we think are the most important things, these are the top 5 things, and then there's kind of some sub-recommendations underneath them. So I encourage you to check it out. There's not, we didn't make new recommendations for a Biden administration, but really just kind of, repackage them. And that is something that we would do for any new administration, and that we would have done should President Trump have continued his presidency for a second term. So it's just an opportunity for us to refresh and get out there. I'm going to talk a little bit about the lame duck session, but I'm actually going to skip through here. I do want these slides to be in a little bit different order. I'm sorry about that. I want to still stay with the election and kind of what happened to the Senate, because obviously, and the House, that's a very important part too. So I think you all know that the Senate is kind of up in the air right now. There are 2 runoff elections in Georgia that are going to happen early next year, in the early part of January, that will determine the fate of the Senate. As it is right now, the Senate is under Republican control. The Republicans were in control of the Senate in the 116th Congress right now. And it was sort of a big question mark as to whether or not they'd be able to maintain control through this election. And they did end up doing that. However, the margin is so narrow right now that in these Georgia Senate races, if both of the Democrats win, there will be an actual tie in the Senate. And when there is a tie in the Senate, the Vice President of the United States serves as the President of the Senate and can come in and cast the tiebreaker vote. The Vice President, being Democratic, would then ultimately mean that the Democrats technically have control of the Senate. So, it's mind-blowing, I think, even with the overall election, just how close kind of we are in terms of Republicans and Democrats and folks that vote that way in the country. And I think that's really reflected in what happened here in the Senate. Two things I'll say also about the Senate is that, we do have to remember that the Senate does require, in most cases, a supermajority to pass something. So they need 60 votes. And it was, designed that way. So even if the Republicans keep control or if the Democrats get control after these Georgia runoff races, they are still going to have to rely on the other party, 10 votes either way, to get things through. And in that way, the Senate is a little bit, sometimes we say like cooler than the House, in that they work together a little bit more simply because they have to. The structure was set up that way. So it's still not going to be sort of Republicans keep control or Democrats took control and kind of something that can just be run away with. There's a lot of work that still has to happen there. So that's just something to keep in mind for the Senate. And this is what happens here is really, it's just important because it just changes the whole dynamic. There's a lot of us in the policy world who are just waiting to see what happens and to how to modify our advocacy. It's not a statement of a preference for either way, but it's a very different situation when you have divided government. So you have obviously a Democrat in the executive branch and Democrats in control of the House. But if you have a Republican Senate, then you have divided government, and it's a whole lot harder to kind of get things through. If the Dems take control and you have unified government, that's a different ballgame. So we're just kind of all waiting to see what happens there. Very quick update on the House is that the Democrats did maintain control of the House, although they really kind of lost. They had kind of a big margin, and it became a lot smaller during this election. So right now it's 232 to 198. There still are a couple small 4 seats, I think, that have remained uncalled, but doesn't really change the voting block there. So that's kind of where we are. Again, a lot of it's still up in the air. And let me just go back. I'm sorry about a couple of these slides being out of order, but let me just sort of end this section here with the lame duck Congress and that we're in right now. So that period of time after the election and then before the new presidency and before the new Congress comes in. So I feel like in my experience of seeing several lame duck sessions now, they're either very lame or not so lame, and this is one that is full of activity. And what is interesting about a period of time like lame duck is that there is sort of this set end to it. So right now, our funding for the federal government, they'll sign probably today an extension to put it through December 18th, so next Friday. So all of this stuff has to be wrapped up before then. We didn't pass a spending bill on time. Congress didn't. That's not unusual. But they're going to hope at least to get a final spending bill out for fiscal year 21, which impacts award year 21-22. It was unclear coming into this lame duck whether they would actually do that or if they would just kick the can down the road and let the new Congress deal with the final spending for fiscal year 2021. Seems like they're going to be able to pull something together through an omnibus spending bill, which essentially just stitches all of the 12 appropriation bills together. I'm kind of getting into a later part of the presentation, but the front part is normally not as heavy, but we just have so much going on. So I'd rather just kind of give everything to you and latest and greatest here. The good news for you all, and back to my point about how kind of this big picture stuff shakes down, is that, this is all supposed to be done October 1st every year. It never is. But you'll probably recall from years past that sometimes we were into January, February, March before we got final numbers. And all the while, those at schools and financial aid offices are trying to get out award notifications, not knowing what the final Pell number is, not knowing what the final SEOG allocation is or the work study allocation. So we are pleased to hopefully see something get finalized, have those numbers, and have them all done before the end of the year. I think that's a really good thing. I'll also say that our numbers look pretty good. It's generally a time of great austerity within the federal government, but we're going to see $150 likely. I should always say likely before anything is final, but increase to Pell, which we've seen 100+ increase over the past several years, which is really good news. It's not a ton of money, but it's a momentum for the program to keep growing. So I think that's really good. Where things get messy is that Congress has now indicated that on this big spending bill, they would also like to tuck in a COVID relief bill, a second COVID relief bill. And I think, you all know what I'm talking about, but obviously there was the CARES Act in March. And then Congress has basically since May been trying to work on an additional one, and they want to try to tuck that in, which this kind of was cobbled together in a rather last minute way. So there's a lot of scrambling going on now. And we can talk a little bit about what we know and we don't know about that in a moment. And then if that's not enough, Congress is also working to try to get in a FAFSA simplification bill. This shouldn't, the FAFSA simplification, I hope shouldn't come as any surprise. There's been a lot of work by both Senator Alexander and Chairman Bobby Scott over the past couple of years on FAFSA simplification bills. They both have separate bills out, different in some ways, but they have come to the table and tried to negotiate. NASWA supported both of those bills, and we've worked a lot with those committee staff. So we don't yet know what a final bill would look like, but they're working on getting that in as well. So there's a lot up in the air. It kind of feels like we as staff haven't seen text we've seen drafts of the FAFSA bills and stuff, but we haven't seen the final text for any of these three things. And so this is kind of a time where we sit and we wait, and we actually were just yesterday going through and canceling some meetings that we all had for next week, because we know at some point we're going to get hit with all of this stuff, and we want to be able to go through it with a fine-tooth comb for everyone. So let me scoot past here, and let me stop there. And I'm going to get in more to like COVID-19 and what might happen with, higher ed and budget stuff, but any just kind of, big picture questions or questions about the Biden administration or new Congress?
Megan, this is Taryn from Texas, from TASFA. I was curious if things come out next week and y'all are working on them, what kind of pipelines will we have to be able to give feedback? Like to help you.
Great question. You won't. And unfortunately, I don't think that. So here's the short answer is, and I don't mean that, I'm sorry, in a trite way, but I don't know that we will have a chance to give feedback. We worked a lot on the FAFSA bills early on, and this is kind of the risk of one of the things that we always say is that we don't like it when they attach policy things to these big budget bills, except when we do. And if I unpack that a little bit, it's just we are in a situation now where Congress is not passing other legislation. So higher ed now, we're 7 years overdue. This spending bill is like the one train that's leaving the station. So we are definitely not the only people or policy area that's trying to attach things to it. But the problem is when you put something on a bill that is that big, it's very hard to stop. And we won't likely see the bill until it is already stitched into this broader spending bill. So Taryn, I think it's a great question, and it's also to dance, because where we are is that we have supported Senator Alexander's bill. We've supported the Scott bill. We've worked with those staff so closely on FAFSA simplification. We believe in good faith that they know, where NAFTA is and what's important and what's a priority. And they are just kind of modifying or tweaking bills that they already have. And so you kind of have to weigh like the good with the unknown. And they're doing a lot of horse trading. And I think it is possible that there will be things in a bigger bill that we're not crazy about, but we have to kind of weigh getting something done, knowing that reauthorization may not happen now for a couple of years, and the opportunity to move, with kind of the flip side there is not being able to kind of necessarily see, because when things move so fast, it's just hard. But that was a really good question. We will certainly go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and if there are things in there that are just, very bad, that is not to say that like we won't, talk about them or try to send letters at the last minute. And I can see us maybe getting some members engaged in that too. So thank you for that question, and also for the opportunity to say something I probably should have said earlier about this process. So. Any other questions?
This is Ed Cressley. You had made mention about FAFSA simplification, and somewhat tied to that, I think, is the idea of the ability to share data between the IRS and the Department of Education. I mean, is that something we're going to see in the 22-23 cycle, or is it contingent on more legislation, more FAFSA simplification efforts taking place?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The Future Act that allowed for the direct data sharing between Ed and the IRS passed a year ago in December, and Ed is working on implementing that. We think that we might see that be available for 22-23. So actually, the FAFSA that comes out next October might be able to kind of reflect that, where the questions would, you would be kicked right over to the IRS. So the timeline is still up in the air, but to your question, Ed, which is a really good one, that's happening. That's going to happen. We're on an implementation task force, and we've always kind of made the case that Future laid the groundwork for further simplification, like to reduce questions even more, which is what both the House and Senate bills that we've worked on would do. And our focus was like between the Future Act and the Data Sharing IRS Act, and further FAFSA simplification, we can really get to a point where it will be a really simplified form, especially for our lowest income students. All right, I'll go ahead and move on here in the interest of time, but I'll stop a couple more times just to make sure. And some of this, as I said, I don't know, for me, I kind of like these presentations when there's a lot going on, because I feel like can give you kind of like the latest and greatest. A lot of what I talked about up front is sort of things that I would have just touched on later in the presentation. But just to give you a little more detail on COVID relief, additional COVID relief, and what it would look like. I won't kind of belabor the fact that Congress wasn't able to get something done, prior to the election. I think there's more relevant things to say right now. But just the biggest sticking point, I think, which is important, is just has always been the price tag of the second bill. The House Democrats, Dems are in control of the House, wanted a $3 trillion bill. The Senate Republicans wanted a $1 trillion, and they just couldn't. I mean, that's a $2 trillion difference. So it's a little hard. Like when you're giving a little bit, even in the middle, you're giving up 1.5 trillion, which is just an enormous amount to really kind of be able to come to some sort of middle ground on. So after the election, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell came out, and I was kind of surprised by this, but heartened also that he said, you know what, now that we can put all the politics behind us, maybe we can get something done in this lame duck Congress. And so that still kind of seemed pie in the sky for a little bit. And then a week or so ago, a bipartisan group of senators came out with a package that is just shy of $1 trillion. And the House kind of indicated, all right, well, maybe we'll play ball a little bit here, but for us, we're going to view this as a down payment. So they're saying, like, maybe we'll be willing to help you out in getting something through, but our plan, House Democrats, our plan, along with the new Democratic president, is to push out a much larger stimulus in February or March. So folks are talking. I would never want to be on the record like NASA saying this. I feel like it is likely that we will see this happen. And what it looks like, what we know is that the bill, I think it's like $908 billion total. There is, and we have not seen this text So also caveat with that. There seems to be about $20 billion in it for higher education. And they seem to be going the direction of kind of modeling it after the CARES Act, where you'd have a 50-50 split, 50% for schools, 50% for students. We are trying to get in with the right people to talk to them about the importance of expanding flexibility for what the money can be used for students. That was kind of a big point of contention last time, and also just not contention, but just made it very difficult and limiting. And then also being very specific about student eligibility so that we don't run into these issues of international students and DACA students and the fact that just all of the mess that unfolded last time with eligibility. So we're keeping a close eye on that. One thing I think that's a little bit disappointing is if you look at the I'm sorry, I guess this is not on the screen, so this is just in my head. But even though the House and Senate bills were $2 trillion apart, they both contained 30 and 39 trillion for higher education, respectively. So while they were far apart on lots of other things, they weren't that far apart on higher education. And so to see now a bill that only has 20 billion, and I say that obviously understanding that 20 billion is a whole lot of money, that is a little bit, that is disappointing for the community. However, I think we can think two things. First of all, in the CARES Act, there was only 14 billion, so that is an improvement. And then also, I think we can continue to work on getting more money for schools and students if this truly is going to be a down payment. So we'll keep an eye out for what happens and what's in the bill. I suspect it will look very CARES-like in terms of what was in there for higher education, just with different numbers. But we'll be on top of that and definitely get that covered when we see it. Also, I should say, just as a disclaimer, also completely possible the entire thing blows up and it doesn't happen at all. Related, you might remember that in June, the department released an interim final rule for the Higher Education Emergency Fund, which is the fund from the CARES Act that the monies were distributed through, focused on eligibility. So that students must be Title IV eligible and that international students, DACA students, were not eligible. We have not seen a final rule. We did submit comments saying that we did not want this to be the case, that the CARES Act did not point to restricting eligibility in any way. We haven't seen a final rule, but we did see back in August that the Trump administration wrote a response to one of their court filings. There have been a lot of legal challenges over this issue where they seem to indicate through their language that maybe they would be pulling back on this. My take was that maybe it just became too much legally for them to keep up, and a couple of the big cases that came up first, the department lost. Anyhow, all that to say is, I think I was in this camp too at one point where I was like, schools have already spent their money, so I mean, too little, too late, I guess, to all this stuff. However, where this is important is that I think that if we see something next week, I think it will hold on to the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund and refer to that fund that was established through CARES. So the way that the rule is written, the rule applies to the fund. And if the fund still exists in the new bill, then this becomes very important. The other thing is, there's so many considerations when you think of all of this, but this is something in IFR that a new administration could peel back. So on January 20th, President-elect Biden could be sworn in and he could say, no more, I'm not doing this eligibility thing. So there are a lot of different ways that this could go. We could see a final rule. We could just not see a final rule. We could see Ed pull back. We could see this stay the same, and then the Biden administration change it. So there's a lot of opportunity for whiplash in the next couple of months, not just on this, but a lot of other things. So it is so important, and we do need to pay attention to it. I'll kind of zip through probably the remaining slides here. There's a few different topics left, but I wanted to just share, to the extent that it's handy, there's been so much that has come out related to reporting for the Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds. And of course, this will become even more important if that fund is used again in any type of further stimulus bill. But this is a chart that our team put together, our amazing team, that just helps you kind of follow along in a timeline fashion when you need to report, both from the quarterly reporting and the annual reporting for both the student and institutional funds. So you can find this in all of our CARES resources at NASFA.org/COVID. And I have a feeling that that site will get even more active if we see something next week. As it waivers and extensions and relief, other COVID relief, so beyond sort of the HERF money, borrower relief is one thing that we are focused on. And just letting you know that we had sent the community had sent, including NASFA, a letter to both the Secretary of Education and to Congress asking them to extend borrower relief, so the suspension of payments and interest accrual for an additional period of time, because right now, up until last week, it expired December 31st. So you probably all saw that last Friday, the Secretary extended the borrower relief through January 31st. It is likely that President-elect Biden, that will be one of the first things that he does when he comes in on the 20th, is to make that extension even longer. It's hard, though, for students, and I'm sure for all of you, though, because, I mean, it's one thing to be able to say to a student, well, we think the new president will do this 11 days before, the extension is over. We know it causes a lot of heartburn and kind of has this whole time. Another solution, which would be great, and we're really hopeful, is that if Congress does get this COVID relief bill through, we have heard that there is language to extend this relief through April of 2021. So I think that's the ideal scenario, where we get something through next week that has in statute that the extension goes through April 2021, and then we can, spend the early part of next year figuring out whether that's a good date or needs extended further or whatnot. But I think that would be kind of the most, the best outcome for students and everybody working with students. So this slide just talks about the fact that the Secretary did extend an additional month. So certainly grateful to the Trump administration for doing that and not letting it expire. And it was also President Trump who, back in August, provided the additional extension. So we were very thankful to them for that. There were a whole other host of waivers and flexibilities that came along with both the CARES Act and also some just kind of standalone department guidance. And this slide just really reminds folks that on August 21st, Ed extended the deadline for all flexibilities related to the COVID emergency through the end of the payment period. That includes December 31st, or the payment period that includes the end date for the federally declared emergency. Also, this morning, we just got some new information from the department about some of these waivers and flexibilities. I don't have any of that new info for you. I'm sorry, our team was going through it as I spoke, so there might be some updates to this information and maybe some more specific dates through which these things are extended. And then this is I'm not going to dive into this too much here, but I do think this might be interesting for you all to check out, is that, one of the number one questions we were getting asked from media and from the Hill was about professional judgments. Are they going up? How are your members handling them? What are they seeing? And so we did do a PJ survey. We did one in June and September, and just kind of showing that, trying to capture what's going on with PJs. And so biggest thing here kind of is that no surprise really that 60% reported a somewhat or great increase in PJ requests between March 1, 2020 and September 21, 2020 compared to that period of time last year. So that's something that we really had expected to see. And we do want to keep following this. We are really interested in what's going on with PJ. The other thing related to PJ is that we continue to advocate for the department to reissue Gen 0905, which was the 2009 guidance that was released on the heels of the Great Recession that would basically kind of gave the go-ahead to zero out income earned from work with proof of unemployment insurance and to not have to count unemployment insurance as income. The department, that became archived at some point in time. We kind of thought it would still count as being effective, but our channels with the department were not successful in doing this. But the other good news is that I think Congress is very interested in this, and I would not be surprised if, again, no guarantees, but in some of these draft COVID relief bills, second bills that we saw this summer, both the House and Senate bill, for example, had language that codified this guidance. So they basically just took that 2009 guidance and put it into the bill. So Congress is interested in doing this. I also think that the Biden administration might be interested in doing this, and I think it's really important. And I mean, you all know it more than I do either. It's just, we know you can do these things, but it is really helpful to have the department's backing and explicitly saying that. All right, so reauthorization. We haven't forgotten about it. It sort of took a back seat this year, and I'll just say a few quick things about it. I mean, I think at this point, it's going to be a while before we see reauthorization. We haven't reauthorized since 2008, and in 2008, HEOA, Higher Ed Opportunity Act, expired in 2013. The good thing, though, is that we have seen some really good progress be done on reauthorization. So the College Affordability Act from the House Democrats last year, that was a comprehensive bill, 800 or 900 pages of the whole thing. Senate, we have not seen that comparable size bill from them, but we have seen some smaller bills that give us a really good indication of where we're going. So we have a pretty good idea about where both the House and Senate want to be on reauthorization. This is I love this slide. This is our Schoolhouse Rock slide for reauthorization. But essentially what we wanted to do is just show you, I did say that their bills were out. Neither of them really made their way far through the legislative process. So you can see that the Senate had the Student Aid Improvement Act, which was like a skinny HEA. It wasn't every issue, only ever was introduced in committee. Over in the House, their bill got passed out of committee, but still 4 steps away from a bill becoming a law. So I think that the purpose of this chart is sort of twofold. It's one, to just remind folks how many steps there actually are. On the flip side, lest you get discouraged, I will say that I have seen when the political will is there, bills can move their way through this process at a pretty good clip. So I don't put this up here to say oh man, this is never going to happen. Look at all this stuff. When the time is right, it'll move fast. And also, they've got a lot of really solid draft language. So it would not be unusual at all for them to sort of stitch these two together to come up with a big draft. This next slide, and I think we have some wonky formatting here, my apologies. What it essentially does is list out some issues on the left-hand side and then shows where the chambers and the different parties are on, I shouldn't say are on these issues, but if they've indicated that these issues should be included in reauthorization. So it's definitely not a comprehensive list of issues. It's just issues that we see coming up. And the reason I also like this slide, it's one of my other favorite ones, is that, going back to the beginning, I was talking about how divided Congress is, and you'll see that I think that the House and Senate and Republicans and Democrats are pretty well coalesced on a set of issues, at least, that should be really focused on in reauthorization. So FAFSA simplification, risk sharing, which is this idea that institutions should have more skin in the game, repayment simplification, looking at Pell for short-term programs, eliminating origination fees. I'm not suggesting that their ideas to fix or tweak these things are all the same, but at least they're kind of coalescing around a set of issues. Yeah, so when's it going to happen? I don't know. I'll just say that for the next Congress, the 117th Congress, it always takes a while for a new Congress to get up and running. And then this new Congress, no matter what they ran on, no matter what they told people they were going to do, the first thing they're going to have to do, and probably honestly throughout next year, is be focused on the pandemic. So that's what's going to take up a lot of time. But we'll keep following it, and we will keep working on it. And there could be opportunities for piecemeal legislation that kind of happens in between. We talked about FAFSA simplification, so I'm going to kind of breeze through this. We talked a lot, and these I think are helpful things to have. We talked about the budget in the beginning. We'll pay attention. We're going to get those numbers done soon. Nothing major from the department. FSA was last week. There were some verification updates that we thought this was interesting, that FSA did a cost benefit analysis and found out that the cost of verification exceed benefits when more than 18% of FAFSA completers are verified. So we were sort of happy to see that number, and the fact that they not only did they do the cost benefit analysis, but they also, adapted their policy to be reflective of that. So as of October 1, 2020, you can see FSA has only been verified in 18% of FAFSA filers. This is the status of rulemaking and foreign gift reporting, where there's been a lot that has gone on with that this past year. The big thing here is that most recently the department said they were going to they issued a notice of interpretation saying that they were going to essentially tie foreign gift reporting, which is required under Section 117 of the AGA, to an institution's PPA. So essentially, if you don't report or report accurately or whatever, you could end up with the severest of penalties, including losing Title IV eligibility. We're commenting on that. The community is commenting on that, and I think we're not expecting the next administration to be. They are going to care about this for sure, but maybe not. This administration has been very, very focused on this, and it might be less of a focus. So I'm going to stop there. The NASPA updates are just some recent publications that we've had. I'm sorry, there's only 4 minutes for questions, but there's still so much, and all of the activity the last couple of weeks has made it a little bit longer.
So any questions?
You're always welcome to email me to Koval M, my last name M, at NASPA.org. And especially after next week, if you see things and have questions, happy to connect one-on-one too.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us for this time and providing this information, Megan. We're going to move forward on the agenda and move to the external relations update. That's item number 8 with John Wyatt, and just letting folks know once we're done with that, we will be taking that break that I mentioned, that would be happening around 11 o'clock. But just to respect John's time, we're going to have John Wyatt now join us and share information from the state level.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Is now exiting.
Great. I know never to come between an audience and a break, so I will try to be concise in my comments. But I did want to present some information regarding the upcoming state legislative session, the coordinating board's activities in regards to that session, as well as answer any questions that you may have. So obviously there have been some changes since last we talked about the state legislative session. But actually, what's remarkable is how little has changed. We had an election a month ago, and the partisan balance in the two chambers is almost exactly the same as it was before that election. In the House, it's literally the same, 83-67 Republicans, Democrats. In the Senate, we did have the Democrats picked up 1 seat, which will lower the Republican total to 18. We also have now a presumptive speaker for the upcoming session. Representative Dade Phelan has secured the endorsement of enough of his fellow members that he will be elected speaker when the House convenes. So we have a little more idea of how things are going to look, but we also have a lot of question marks still hanging over the legislative session. And part of those questions are kind of logistics. How exactly are the House and the Senate going to function in ways that will allow them to be safe and have appropriate health protocols? So that's something that both chambers are kind of grappling with right now. We are starting to see, particularly in the last week or so, some information kind of coming out about what they're looking at. Some things we can certainly expect is going to be much more limited physical access to the Capitol building, as well as the respective chambers. There's a lot of talk that The floor will be restricted to just senators and maybe or representatives and maybe one staff person. The galleries will be restricted. There's talk about hearings, having witnesses required to take a COVID test before they can appear. But all of this is still being worked on right now. And the two chambers are really trying to figure out how do you strike that balance between having appropriate protocols to ensure the safety of your members, your staff, and the public, but making sure that the public also has access to their representatives and are able to witness and engage in the legislative process. More details of that, I'm sure, are going to be coming out in the next month as we get closer to session. Something else we can probably expect this session is that there's going to be a slower pace of legislation than we've had in the past. So right now we're in the pre-filing period where members can initially file legislation that they want to have considered during the session. There's actually currently the pace of pre-filing is higher than it's been in the past. So we have more bills being filed right now than we have in previous sessions. But Chairman Guerin in the House had some comments the other day that the pace of that legislation is probably going to be slower. That the chambers aren't going to be able to consider and pass as much legislation this session as they have in the past. And there's a number of reasons for that. Obviously, the protocols that are going to be in place are going to have a workflow impact for the chambers. Probably going to see fewer bills actually making it through the process. How that's going to be regulated, again, is the topic of conversation and something that members are going to have to figure out when they convene in January. And then I'll say, in terms of the coordinating board, the commissioner has been very engaged during this interim. He participated in hearings before everything shut down, and then virtually after the coronavirus pandemic really took hold. And I will say that our commissioner's focus for the session is to work with policymakers and institutions on their priorities and provide objective, insightful data and analysis to help inform decision-making at the Capitol. One of the things that Commissioner Keller has made clear is that it's going to be a shift in approach for our agency. We're moving away from the more regulatory posture that we've had in the past to working more as a partner and an advocate for higher education. So rather than having, as we've had in sessions past, an explicit legislative policy agenda, what we are focused on is assisting the governor's office, legislators, and others in refining and advancing their agenda on higher education. So really bringing our resources to bear to be a partner and a resource for policymakers. That will be how we will proceed in the legislative session. So we also continue to develop objective and informative data and presentation materials that are relevant to legislative decision making, and we will be providing those assets to the legislature. And then we're also going to be pursuing and being involved in conversations regarding funding. So in terms of funding, as you're probably aware, state agencies were all directed to prepare a legislative appropriations request, an LAR, that assumes a 5% reduction in base funding for the next session. And so across the coordinating board's financial aid programs, a 5% reduction would be about a $57 million reduction across those programs. That's been prepared. That is before the legislature. They're the ones who decide what will actually be in the introduced appropriations bills. and as we go through the session. But we also had an opportunity in our legislative appropriations request to make exceptional item requests. And those are the agency's requests for additional funding beyond the base that we feel are important. And two of those are directly relevant to financial aid. We requested the restoration of the 5% reduction so that we would not have to take that decline in our financial aid programs. But then we've also requested an additional about $110 million across our financial aid programs to keep up with the growing demand in those programs so that we can continue to serve the same percentage of eligible students in those financial aid programs as we have in the current biennium. So we're working on that right now. We regularly keep our board and stakeholders updated on developments down at the Capitol, and we will continue to do that. One thing I'll update you on is there have been some bills already filed regarding financial aid that you might want to be aware of. Several of them are bills that were filed last session that are coming back. Senator Zaffirini has reintroduced her bills on the Texas Promise Grant programs. Those are SB 33 and SB 34. So those are programs to create additional assistance for students in higher education. SB 33 is sort of across all institutions, and SB 34 is focused on two-year institutions. SB 35 by Senator Zaffirini has been introduced to reestablish the Texas Beyond Time program. And then there are a couple of bills by Senator Menendez. SB 101 establishes the Texas Emergency Aid for Public Post-Secondary Students program to provide new additional emergency aid. And then SB 103 establishes the First Generation Matching Scholarship program as an aid program specifically focused on first generation students. So those bills have been introduced. And again, the big question for this session is going to be, what is the process going to look like? How are bills going to be heard in committee? How are they going to move through the chambers? And what opportunities are going to be there for legislators to move their priorities? So that's kind of my quick update, but I wanted to make sure that we reserved a lot of time for any questions that y'all might have.
Go ahead if you have any questions for John.
I have a question, John. This is Denise Welch. So what do you feel like is the probability of us at least getting the 5% kind of wave for our financial aid programs?
I mean, it's tough to say. I think that there are some factors at play here. So the legislature will know early in the year how much money they actually have to appropriate. That's based on, the comptroller issues his revenue estimate, and then that sets the number that the legislature can then decide how they're going to spend that across all state functions. So we have had some indication from the comptroller's office that things may not be as dire as were originally feared. So, that may mean that there's some room for some improvement. But regardless, this is going to be a difficult session. We are certainly not in a place where I think many people hoped we would be after last session. Of being able to do some more ambitious things. So, that's my long-winded way of saying I can't tell you for sure. But as I said, the commissioner is going to be a strong advocate that the way you deal with this situation, the way you get us out of kind of the economic situation we're in, is through investing in higher education.
Thank you.
This is Ed Corresley. Wondering what you might be hearing, if anything, about the annual debt letter that the state requires institutions to provide to all student borrowers, especially in light of, at the federal level, those that attended the FSA conference last week, heard about the implementation of an annual loan acknowledgement process, but kind of entrance counseling every year for students at the federal level. Even though, the populations are a bit different, the particular loans that are being reported are a bit different, they seem to be targeting at the same thing of responsible and awareness of borrowing. So any sense of, is that something that, the state would continue to see as, something that is, is something that the state would want to continue to have schools provide, or any change? Is that even on anybody's radar, I guess is what I would say.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I haven't heard anything specific to this issue yet. Obviously, I think a lot of the focus right now in terms of the session is the big things they're going to have to deal with. The budget gap, coronavirus response. There's this is a redistricting year, so that's something that the legislature is going to have to deal with. So, a lot of focus on kind of those big topics, but that doesn't mean that there isn't room during the session to also address a lot of other things that are important. So again, I don't have any particular intel, but I would say, reiterating my point earlier that the commissioner and the agency want to serve as a resource to legislators. We will be helping legislators develop their goals. So providing information, perspective, analysis. So if that is something that legislators want to pursue, that is something that we will help inform them on, which is our role.
Thank you. Other questions? Comments? Hearing none, I think, John, thank you again for your time on this day. Appreciate you with the information, and know, you're entering into a very busy time, as the legislative session begins, and, best of luck in kind of navigating these new waters of doing things differently, but continuing to deal with the same issues of how do we best utilize the dollars at the state level to achieve the goals that the institution, or that, we all have as a state.
Truly unprecedented times, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So let's take our break. I'm looking, it's about 11:15, 11:14. Let's still take 15 minutes. So let's return at 11:30. And we'll work through the rest of the agenda items. The rest of the agenda items aren't any, I think, that are contingent on timing of an external partner joining us. And so I think we can get back on track and I think still achieve the other agenda items that we wanted to address here, before the 1 o'clock time. So we'll see you all back in about 15 minutes. Okay, it looks like it's 11:30 and folks are coming back. So we'll pick back up on the agenda and back to agenda item 2.
Ed, before we do that, I just want to make sure, Michelle, we're still broadcasting, correct? Does that need to be restarted, or are we still broadcasting?
No, we should be broadcasting.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Is he there? Okay.
And then, Ed, the other thing is you just need to do a quick roll call to reestablish our quorum.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so I'm here. Robert?
Present.
Is here. Taryn?
Here.
Looks like you're back. Ben?
Here.
All right. Joanna? Maybe not yet. Victoria?
Here.
All right. Rochelle?
Here.
All right. Dee Dee?
Here.
Heidi?
Here.
Bridget?
Here.
Okay. Tam?
Here.
Holly?
Here.
Shauna?
Here.
Stephen?
Here.
Thomas? Kelly?
Here.
Joy?
Here.
All right. Foreman? Arnold?
Here.
All right. And Denise?
Here.
So it looks like we have a quorum. Would you agree, Chad?
Yes.
Okay. So we won't necessarily need firm attendance of the others, and we can move forward. So not going to spend a lot of time on kind of member expectations. You've got kind of some slides that I had prepared, and they're very similar to what was shared with the new committee members. But I think the biggest thing I just want to encourage us all to do is to not be shy, and to share questions you have, comments that you have. I think that's all very important, and that can be done not only in these meetings, but also throughout this year through different avenues. So if there are questions, issues that you have that you'd like to be addressed for future meetings, as well as addressed between meetings, let's do that. And just an encouragement and reminder for myself as well is we are at our best with these meeting times when we've prepared and we've kind of taken some time to think about what's ahead for each of those meetings. So encourage you to do that. And then on the back end, just a reminder of the member report form that we're being asked to complete after each of these meetings within a week, and have those submitted so that there's record of the time and effort that we have spent in these committees for the coordinating board. I think there's also just a little bit of information about not only during these meetings, but I think we've kind of got this figured out while we're doing virtually. My hope is within the year we will be able to meet together again, and just a little bit of reminder of when we do that, of some different protocols that will be part of that, and we'll be reminded of that when we determine a time where we can get back together. So, any questions about expectations or comments about our time together here, as this year's committee? Okay, then let's move on to item 3, and that's consideration of approval for the minutes of our last meeting. You should have had a copy of those draft minutes in your packet. Any corrections, clarifications? Okay, hearing none, we'll just move forward with the approval of the minutes as they were dispersed. Item 4, meeting dates. Also in your packet were provided proposed meeting dates for this year. Those dates, along with the December 10th date, would be March 4, June 3, September 2, and December 9th. Are there any apparent conflicts that you see personally or maybe with other events or activities that might involve many of the members that we might want to consider before approving these meeting dates for the year? Hearing no discussion or comments, we're approving that we'll be meeting on March 4th, June 3rd, September 2nd, and December 9th for the meetings for this year. Item 5 is any prior business. Chad, is there any information that you need to share relating prior business?
Sure. First off, just want to loop back to some prior business just from within today's meeting. There were a couple electronic TASFA questions that we weren't able to get to due to time of presenters, and I just wanted to circle back on those. One question was how the data that's submitted through the electronic TASFA would be shared and passed to higher education institutions for integration into their financial aid software. Excuse me. And, while, as Claudette explained, all of this is still very much in the development process, they did talk in the committee, the advisory committee for the electronic TASFA, about the idea of modeling the data transfer around the same XML file protocol that is used for FAFSAs, so that institutions would be able to load it into their systems in the same way that they load FAFSA information. So that's the ideal. There are some other states that have gone that way with that modeling. So that is definitely something that they're looking at. But they do recognize that, we need to make sure that you all are able to automate the process by which you use this data, because it's not going to significantly improve things if you just get a file that then you have to data enter on your side. So that's a piece that they're looking at. And then another question came up with the timing of just kind of how quickly this is coming about, and the reports being submitted to the legislature for the January 1 deadline. And ideally the way the legislation was written, it was to take effect for the financial aid application process that opens up in October, and just acknowledging the fact that the work that's done in developing this is going to have to be done very much in parallel with the institutions so that you all can prepare for this process. And so, we realize the lead time that you're going to need, and I wish I had specific answers to the question of, how is that going to work? But I do want you all to know that, yes, everyone is very aware of, there's a bunch of hoops that we need to jump through, and trying to figure out how to make that all work. Try to utilize the the facts data collection subcommittee to be able to provide feedback, the electronic TASFA advisory committee, you all, but just trying to figure out how we can, make all of these connections. And so it'll be a very active process over the next 9 months, trying to make this all happen. And Taryn, you have a question.
Do you know if the software companies, Banner and PeopleSoft and Gensmart, all the databases that we use, have already been included in any of the discussions?
I know that there were the Electronic TASFA Advisory Committee did have a group that they had like a subcommittee within their group, a work group that looked at kind of the operational side, and then another that kind of looked at the student interface, and side. And I know that they looked and talked with different organizations and states about, how have they done this process. Talked with, I think they had presentations from some third-party organizations that have built platforms, and how those pieces of the puzzle fell into play for those schools that approached that way. Some did kind of home-built solutions. That's not the word I wanted, but and so, how did those interact into their systems? So I know that there was discussion on that. The Electronic TASFA Advisory Committee was very high level in the discussion of kind of how should this move forward conceptually. It wasn't an in the weeds discussion of here's exactly how to make all the pieces. And so that's the next step. And so I know with the data collection subcommittee with FAC that, we regularly do talk to software providers when it comes to updates for FAD and things like that. And so I would definitely anticipate that those kind of conversations will be happening. And I know Dee Dee mentioned about, that Lucian hasn't had any request to code for it. And yes, there would not be any request to code for it yet because we don't know what we're going to have them code at this point. So another prior meeting item was just the ongoing discussion we've had about the state priority deadline. And I just wanted to kind of bring you up to speed on kind of the thought process that's going on right now. In looking at the commissioner's annual State of Higher Education address, he highlighted several initiatives that are occurring in the state to increase higher education attainment. Things like GradTex 2.0, which is a regional initiative to support individuals with some college but no credential, efforts that are going in to assist those who need to reskill or upskill, as well as the Tri-Agency Workforce Initiative to link education and workforce to spur economic growth across Texas. And financial aid policy is going to influence all of those initiatives. All of those pieces have a financial aid component to it. In fact, the Tri-Agency Initiative includes a strategy recommendation to perform a comprehensive review of the Texas financial aid system and its impact on student participation and success. Given these different initiatives, rather than trying to tackle the priority deadline as its own individual challenge, it seems like it would be more effective to work to inform the discussions that are occurring around these various initiatives. How might the priority deadline be impacting individuals with some college but no credential that are trying to return, or those that are trying to return to reskill or upskill, those kind of pieces. and keep that information at the forefront of those discussions, as well as the discussion about financial aid policy as a whole. So kind of informing those discussions rather than trying to tackle the priority deadline as its own individual item for us to solve. And I wanted to check in with you as to whether you feel that sounds like an appropriate approach for us to take, to kind of have it be part of these larger discussions rather than trying to tackle it as its own individual piece. Thoughts? Shauna.
I will just say that makes perfect sense to me to, roll it all in together rather than to try to make a decision for one when it might be impacted by everything else that's going on.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wants to express a desire for the board, for the agency to specifically try to tackle this separately from these larger initiatives? Otherwise, I will kind of keep running with this idea of informing those discussions. I'm seeing head nods for the people that are on video, so that's the direction I'm going to go. Another piece that I wanted to update you on was in relation to the administrative code that applies to the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. At the last meeting, we determined that only one student rep we were going to pursue just having one student rep on the committee, which is in line with the other THECB advisory committees. As I started to write up that proposed change, I was reminded that the Financial Aid Advisory Committee's automatic 4-year abolishment date is October 2021. And so in preparation for bringing a 4-year extension to the board for consideration, it's always good for this group to review the current FAC rules to identify whether there's any other changes that would strengthen the committee. So, that way we can kind of bring all the proposed changes to the board simultaneously rather than bringing the change about the representative at one time and other things at another time. So our March FAC meeting agenda is going to include this discussion item. And so you'll receive materials in advance of our the current rules that relate to the advisory committee so that you can think about those as to whether there are any other pieces of the puzzle that we should be trying to alter at this point. So more to come on that. And then the final piece that I wanted to mention was related to timely distribution rules. In the prior FAC meetings, we discussed the plan to adjust the disbursement of work-study funding to align with the timely distribution rule that's in Rule 22.2, particularly dispersing within 3 days of receiving funds. So at that time, the feedback that I received from the group was that the federal work-study program didn't have a similar timely distribution restriction. And so there was question as to why we would have a timely distribution requirement for the state. So what I did was I did some research to see to what extent could we align with activities. And what I did discover was in reviewing Volume 6, Chapter 1 of the FSA Handbook, page 6-27 states that a student's wages must be paid within 3 business days of the date the federal funds are received. So at the federal level, there is a timely distribution expectation. And so based on that, the agency will propose amendments to Rule 22.2 to take effect for the 21-22 academic year to align state work-study program with the timely disbursement rules for the state's other financial aid programs. The proposed rule will appear in the Texas Register in February for a 30-day comment period. And so we'll follow the same process that we do of making sure that it is out there for everyone to be able to review and to provide the feedback. But given the timely disbursement expectation in the federal programs, we feel it's appropriate to have a timely distribution rule in the state programs. So wanted to check with you all on that piece. I had researched the feedback from the last time and whether there was any other pieces that you all wanted me to research in relation to work study and the planned change.
So this is that just to understand what that would do is it would then become a request process like our other funds versus you just giving us a lump sum up front and then the expectation that we spend it over time.
Exactly. So it would really go on to the same platform that you're requesting your TEG or TEOG or Texas grant money. We'll build it into that same platform so that you'll be able to make your requests online and report everyone and have the information available to you.
This is Taryn. And this may have come up in the previous conversation. I wasn't part of it, but I mean, obviously the funding of work study to students is very different than the funding of work study of grants to students and the request process for that, because paying a student within 3 days of them earning it, depending on the pay scale at your school, could mean you needed to request funds every week or 2 weeks or once a month versus 2 or 4 disbursements in a year, depending on your disbursement schedule. So that's, I mean, I realize that's how the federal side works, but it does make it complicated because for most of us, our schools are probably going to have to carry that on our books until we can make that request if we don't have the infrastructure to request it every week or every 2 weeks. So.
And for that, I would encourage institutions to kind of look at, how are they handling their federal work study program, given that it has the same expectations involved, and that, ideally you'd be able to mimic that process. The state work study programs are, for lack of a better word, minuscule compared to the federal programs. So our belief is that whatever process you've been able to set up for the federal should be able to work for your state. If in your federal process you carry that and then get reimbursed, the addition of the small portion of state work study should work within that as well. So fortunately, we have one of the things we did in advance of this was making sure that we could create a very simple request process. So rather than, having forms that had to be filled out and signed and sent in and everything, the online process for the grants, I think, has 2 fields that you have to fill out in order to be able to request. The same would be true for the work study. So we are making sure that it will have an extremely simple process of requesting the funds. Any other questions on that? That wraps up the prior business that I wanted to touch base on.
All right, just one quick question, Chad, kind of related back to the priority date and again, some of the previous discussion about numbers of students who are filing. I mean, has there been any thought, or should there be any thought of adjusting the priority deadline for this year as a way to possibly not discourage or encourage students to file? I mean, I don't know that there's, doing something, I'm not sure what the effect would be, but, just wondering if that has been considered, should be considered, as just a way to, again, encourage as many students as possible to be filing and not having the pandemic be a barrier to doing that with a perception of, hey, I've missed out, which is one of the many perceptions, of that priority date.
Yep. So far, I haven't received any feedback from institutions indicating their desire to see the agency request a waiver of the rule to be able to extend that deadline. And since the deadline was created based on institutional discussion, the FAC subcommittee had a subcommittee on the priority deadline, and the agency really went with the institutional recommendation. It would be, I wouldn't want us to presume that we know what works best for your institutions, because I wouldn't want us to delay it and then find out that that's actually causing you more problems by having us change it. So at this point, we hadn't received any requests for us to consider that. If it's something that you all think is an important piece for us to consider, we can absolutely look at that. It would require a waiver from the governor because it is in rule. That deadline is in rule as opposed to just in a guideline or something like that. So that does take a bit of a process in order to get governor approvals for the waivers of those rules. But I guess I would turn it over. The priority deadline relates specifically to general academic teaching institutions. So it would be the institutions that are participating in the Texas Grant program as opposed to the TEOG and the TEG program. So, of the four-year institutions, what are your thoughts? Is that something that we should be pursuing? And if so, what do you think the date change should be?
I mean, I think it's like any discussion with this date is there are so many things tied to it, but you're right. Would that be a positive or negative thing for public universities who that priority date does drive Texas Grant funding and determining eligibility? That's one factor. I was thinking more on the lines of, the perception and what that means for just students filing in general. And so it is, I guess it sounds like it is something that there's a real effect with distribution of aid from institutions that are using that date as part of the priority model. I guess my question would be, if that was something that we would want to be considering as institutions, given the fact that it would have to go to governor approval, I mean, what would be the timing of us requesting something? I mean, to me, it sounds like something that if we didn't act within a very short time frame, we would be past any ability for it to actually, affect a date that's a month away. So it may be
Correct.
A moot discussion from that standpoint. So.
If you wanted to have something changed prior to the January 15th deadline, you would definitely need to, provide that input, I'd say within the next week or two, to have any hopes of it getting approved in time. Otherwise, you might end up getting it approved, but it's one of those things, it's January 15th, it gets approved in February, we go back and try to tell people it's retroactively changed, etc. So, now is the time to express thoughts. I don't, are there other four-year institutions that share Ed's desire to see this date changed? Bridget, I see your hand up.
We even published an earlier date. So we say highly recommend December 15th. So, we try to package at the end of January. So we like the date. If anything, it'd be move it up, move it back.
and I mean, let me state, I don't know that that was a desire on my part. It was just a thought. And, you know, I guess, you know, given thinking this through a little bit, I mean, I would not, you know, unless there were others that felt like this was something that we would want to ask for some extension because it, you know, of what it might do for students, I would say, you know, unless others here would say, let's move it forward, I would say I'm, you know, not wanting to move it forward in any way.
I would even ask someone like Shauna, or, you know, does it discourage students with the date being January? Because we continue, you know, fill out the FAFSA campaigns all throughout the year. Like we're pinging them every 3 weeks, fill out a FAFSA, fill out a FAFSA. Does that date discourage people?
This is Shauna. I'll say that I think that what we've found since the date, because it used to be March 15th and it's been moved up to January. And I know with a lot of our students, they'll be like, oh, well, I missed the priority deadline. And so it's kind of a fight to say, well, you still need to go ahead and apply and to try to get all of that in. So because a lot of the schools will still have money to distribute to you. Obviously some, you know, not all schools, but some schools do hold money back. And I think that we just, because of the number of students that we're working with in the high school system from that side, trying to get them to complete that, we just have a very short amount of time to try to convince them to meet that priority deadline. And we work so hard to try to get them to meet the priority deadline that I think between October 1st and January 15th, that I think after that, because we've stressed it so much, that they then feel like, oh, well, shoot.
Well, and one piece I want to narrow our conversation a little bit is really asking the specific question of, would a last minute change to the deadline in the next few weeks change any behavior? So it's not the broad question of, is January 15th the right date, but the question of right now, given the current pandemic, et cetera, you know, if announcing something at the beginning of January, you know, if we were to get that approved, you know, is that going to change, you know, the challenge that Shauna, you've just described? And I'll be honest, I don't know where students get their information about the January 15th date. Like, I don't know what are all the different places that it would have to be changed and somehow communicated to a student, you know, of this last minute change, because it's not something that, like, we as the coordinating board do, you know, a major rollout. It's more the institutions and the high schools, et cetera. So really that needs to be the focus of the question is, would a last minute change to this year's deadline have an impact? And Taryn, I see you have a hand up.
I think a little bit beyond that, though, philosophically, is, will that increase our FAFSA filings across the state? Because they're so far down right now. And I don't know that that's the answer, but in my mind, our goal for the state is, what do we have to do? And maybe this is one thing, but I don't know the reason, and I don't know how many hypotheses there are out there for why FAFSA filing is so down. I mean, obviously the pandemic, but the students are home, they have access to a computer for the most part. So why aren't they filing? And would extending the deadline help more students file? And I don't know the answer. I'm just posing that I feel like those two things are related, that it's not just because of the pandemic, it's because the FAFSAs are down and we want to get them back up. We all want those students to have the opportunity to know what they're eligible for.
Shauna?
I think I'm just going to go ahead and throw in, not that this is helpful information, but it seems like this year, I think it would just be a shot in the dark as to try to answer that question that you just posed as to whether or not it would increase our filings, because I mean, we are, with our personal students in our district, we have well less than half of what we would normally have at this point in time have completed the FAFSA, and we have worked 10 times harder than what we normally would to try to get students to complete the FAFSA. And we can't pinpoint why the students and parents aren't completing the FAFSA. We don't know if it's pandemic. I mean, we actually have 75 to 80% of our students in school for the most part who still were struggling to get to complete the FAFSA. It's not even that they're at home learning. So that's a really hard question to answer, I think.
Ben?
Yeah, I think this year we're just struggling at a basic level to get students to attend class and complete credits. Just looking at the senior level, we have a tremendous amount, more than we've ever seen, of students that aren't going to acquire credits this first semester and that are in danger of not graduating. We're just scrambling to find ways to get students to be able to acquire these credits. And I know I'll talk to several students and families in our populations. Students 17, 18 years old are taking jobs and working and just kind of going that route more. And, you know, it seems like it's more a less of an approach of the importance of school, just kind of in a survival mentality. And so I think you're going to see a lot less on the applications because the enrollment is down in multiple districts, and we've lost students that we can't account for. And I think the priority the schools are focusing on right now is just making sure that kids are getting enough credits to make it to graduation.
Yeah, I think what I would, my thought is, if not so much changing the date, but some way of campaigning, whether that's institutions, whether it's TASFA, whether it's other avenues of saying it's still not too late. It's not too late to file. I think that would be, and is there a kind of a campaign? Is there a template of campaign that could be used by different agencies to just say, hey, it's not too late, which is something we do every year, but renewing that and increasing that messaging. And I think the other thing that I would say too is, is there opportunity for aid administrators? We've done FAFSA nights, we've done all those types of things, but I think I'm thinking to go back to my community and say, hey, it's not too late if you want us to do something or want us to come again, because you've got people, hey, I know I would, with my staff, be willing to, to do that if that's going to help schools. Because, we have had events, but I think a lot of them, some of them have been virtual, some schools have chosen not to do them, but, that would be another thing. It's still not too late to have a FAFSA night, to do a FAFSA presentation, even though you didn't do it in October or November when you would normally do it. So I think, thinking about how we can just continue to communicate what we always have is, there's always opportunity, but even more so in today's world, you being late, is not the barrier that you might think it is, or the barrier that it could have been in other years. And I think that's too complicated for students. It's just saying, get her done, so.
Jace, I saw your hand.
Hi, this is Jace. I think what y'all are talking about is it's the $1 million question. And Ed, I agree with your suggestion. I would say I don't think there's anything wrong if it's still possible to push back the deadline. I understand that there's kind of a lot of things that have already been done and just various circumstances. But even for me, who is a grad student, it's getting through the semester, and then you're using Christmas break or, winter break to just kind of decompress. You're not going to be checking emails. School or anything related to that, unfortunately, is just not a priority. You're just like, I got through the semester, that's fine. Now, I'm hoping, like, the psychology of it, don't quote me on this, but, when you're starting a new semester in the beginning of January or mid-January, and then there's this campaign and it's like, hey, like, we extended the deadline or whatever, at that beginning of January, as you're beginning your new semester, hopefully it's like, okay, I'm starting this a clean slate. This is my opportunity to kind of get ahead. I don't know if that's kind of where their heads could be at, but I'm just saying that if it's possible, I don't think there's anything wrong if they push it back and there's increased marketing or shoulder tapping in the beginning of January. Just because I think, again, as I said, from like December into early January, there's this kind of this sign-off period, if you will, where people just aren't, students especially aren't just really focusing on that type of things.
If I could jump in, it seemed like that for some schools, this could somewhat become a packaging nightmare. I do understand that most schools, or probably all schools, try to package students ahead of time so that students could make a choice if they want to attend, that particular institution. We know that these monies, these schools that package funds for students, it gives students and their parents an idea of, what that semester is going to look like. Will it be cost efficient for them? So I always lean in favor of the student, what benefits the student. And so I think that as long as we're going in the direction of what will benefit the student, then I am all in support of it.
So, Foreman, I just want to check on that statement to make sure I heard you right. It sounds like you're saying that regardless of the packaging nightmare that it might create, you would support the idea of changing the deadline. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
And I think, again, we're getting into, like I say, it's a can of worms I just opened, and I'll admit that is very specific to institutions. To speak for my institution, that priority date has no effect on the type of aid package a student is getting, whether they filed before January 15th or after. At other institutions, that date is much earlier that it makes a difference. So, so from a statewide standpoint, I think the change the date, I'm not sure that achieves what we're wanting, which is to keep the motivation for students to file, even if they haven't. And maybe it's an encouragement, on an institution by institution basis, and, a basis of just, saying, let's not give up, and and are there ways we can coordinate some efforts just to keep the message out there? Hey, you need to file, and, even if you haven't, it's not too late. But I'm thinking of the A&Ms and the UT Austins and some others where that priority date really matters. They're the schools that this is going to create a nightmare headache for packaging. For most of us, it wouldn't. And I think, on the other hand, for those schools, it probably wouldn't affect who's getting money, and who's in there and who's not, probably in reality either, just because my assumption of the students that that are applying and they're serving. So,
well, based on everything I'm hearing, at this point, I'm really not hearing from the FAC a strong conviction that the agency should pursue a waiver of the deadline. I'm hearing the conviction of efforts to try to encourage people to keep filing, but I'm not hearing a strong conviction that, yes, we really need to change this priority deadline. And there's also been some points made up about the fact that the deadline might help push people to get something done in January, as well as the fact that when you change a deadline, it can cause some confusion about what's occurring and whether or not it sets people's expectations incorrectly for next year, thinking that, what applied this year is also going to apply next year. And then there was also the point about the fact that, there's the potential that you are going to have 5% less funding available to you to award And so, to a certain extent, the fewer FAFSA applicants may be reflective of the fact, or may align with the fact that you're going to have less money to do. So I will provide feedback to our college readiness and success area and for SFIP and college readiness and success to talk about whether there's any role that the agency can play in terms of kind of a, it's not too late to file message through our social media and through our efforts there. So we'll pursue that, but we'll pursue it from a, that the deadline is what it is, and how can we keep encouraging people. And someone suggested maybe trying to do a statewide virtual event. Maybe that's something that the financial aid community can coalesce around and try to move forward. So thank you, Ed, for bringing up this topic. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, good. Let's move on to item 9, which is, Robert Marino. He is our past chair, but one of the last responsibilities of the chair is to provide an annual report for this committee, and he's going to share information regarding that report.
That's right, Ed. So as Ed mentioned, one of the responsibilities for the chair, past chair, to provide a report to the board on recommendations and tasks completed throughout the year. I will not go into great detail because you have the report yourself. You can read it yourself. I'll just mention a few things on the recommendations. We want to continue providing feedback, make sure that the financial aid community voice is heard at the board level. In addition, we want to continue the work of the data subcommittee because it really helps us streamline our processes, continue to work with the creating subcommittees like the task force subcommittee and others to help us, maintain our programs. And of course, continue the cooperation on the electronic TASFA. On the test complete, as you can see, we have several presentations throughout the year. The TASFA subcommittee published the new TASFA with recommendations. The data subcommittee identified areas of improvement, and you can see the several improvements that were made. The legislative subcommittee put a report together for the board to consider, as John mentioned, to advise legislators. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So, but I will, make myself available for any questions if you have any questions.
Okay, without any questions, let's move to the next agenda item,
Ed, if I can just jump in real quick. I just wanted to remind.
You just went mute, Charles.
Sorry. The nature of the open muting. The nature of the open meeting is such that people who might be watching this broadcast don't see your chat messages. So if you're offering ideas or suggestions, please be sure to verbalize those items. I've been trying to grab things that I see and get them verbalized. I don't know that we have to verbalize every single thank you for doing a great presentation message that people do. Those are awesome and supportive. But if you are offering specific ideas, please do verbalize those as opposed to just putting those in chat.
Thanks for that point of information. Taryn, any update, reports, information for TASFA or state association?
I just had a quick update that we just had a board meeting on Monday, and all of the TASFA training opportunities have been moved online through the year until October. So we are planning an on-ground conference and new officers training event, but otherwise, just like y'all, we've moved everything online. Early Awareness Committee does have an updated presentation out for all financial aid administrators to utilize to train or give information to high school counselors. So that was posted, and I took some notes on some of the things we talked about, like pushing the FAFSA after the priority deadline, and making sure that we include information next year once we get that toolkit for FAFSA completion, and helping high school counselors as much as we can with that. So it is an area where we have a committee in place that can assist with some of those protocols. THECB is always included in our meeting. So Deshay gave us an update on Monday, which was great. And our Legislative Issues Committee is gearing up for the legislative session as well, and taking into account TASFA members and what they would like to see. I did have one, and Ed already brought this up, but I just wanted to mention it potentially for future consideration, is that idea of the student debt letter and the federal student loan acknowledgement, and potentially the crossover that exists between the two, and some administrative burden that could be eased if that statute were to be changed. So that did come out from one of our members after our meeting as a recommendation for FAIC to consider.
If I could just tag on to that last piece of what you mentioned, Ed had asked me about the same question about the letter previously, and one of the pieces that I mentioned to him was that, well, two pieces. A, right now, the state's statute on the debt letter and the federal government's approach to debt information aren't fully parallel. They target two slightly different groups. Feds target who's borrowing this particular year. The state targets anyone who's borrowed, during their education. And then it's two slightly different sets of information. The state looks at state data. The feds just look at the federal data. So they're not perfectly aligned. The reason I mention that is if they were perfectly aligned as an agency, we might be able to look at interpreting the state statute as the federal piece meets the state statute, and that's what we'll use. Because they're not perfectly aligned, it really is a statutory change that needs to occur. And so that needs to go through your elected officials as opposed to through THECB. If an elected official proposes a repeal or an adjustment or something, we would absolutely, as an agency, provide that support and information to help the elected officials understand, here's where the discrepancy is between the programs. Here's the administrative burden that we've heard from institutions. But I just wanted to clarify that because of how it is a statutory piece, and thus something that, via TASFA or via your government relations offices, might pursue with your elected officials. It's not something that the agency would be able to make that change.
This is Taryn in response. So one of the downsides with it being a separate cohort is the confusion for the student. So the argument on the other side is that, not the argument to that, but it makes it difficult because they go out at separate times and they have separate information and they go to different people. So the idea that the debt letter is providing additional information is true, but is that information actually confusing in light of the student loan acknowledgement? It'll be interesting to see if students are confused next year when we're doing both, if we get comments if they're getting different loan information on the two letters. So I'm interested to see, maybe some schools will do some data sourcing on that, so we would have some information to move forward.
And let me just clarify, because I want to make sure that my statements got interpreted correctly, because when you kind of said the argument about that, I'm not saying that we think that this is what should happen.
Right.
I think those are excellent points for you to raise with your elected officials.
That was my update, Ed.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next item, and that's any insights, recommendations from our school districts. And so Ben Bolin and Shauna Norton, move forward with your presentation.
Anything you want to go ahead and say, Shauna?
You can go first if you want.
Yeah, it just, and I think Shauna touched on this, there's counselors just trying to do a lot of creative things and ways to find, recover students first and then help them complete the financial aid application process. We've got a lot of students virtually learning, and our virtual platform is Canvas. And so a lot of the high schools, the counselors have created the course in Canvas to walk them through the financial aid process, and it's really good and it's helpful. Just, the big concern right now is enrollment and the loss of funding, especially for the second semester. The state held school districts harmless based on enrollment for this first semester. They made it retroactive to last year, but the second semester, the state has not said that they would also hold districts harmless based on enrollment. So there's a big concern about funding and those pieces. But, like I mentioned earlier, it's just been a challenge to recover students and get them back enrolled and completing courses. I've done some home visits myself to find students and try to talk to parents. So we're taking a lot of extreme measures. And, personally, I just have a real large concern that students are not viewing college as a necessity for the next step, and that the lack of enrollment, those numbers will trickle down to higher ed afterwards. So that's what we're trying to push for right now, the best way that we can. But there's a lot of encouragement to think outside the box for sure to get students on pace. And then once we find them, hey, if at the senior level, go ahead and help them do that process with the financial aid once we have the opportunity to get them either back re-enrolled or back on track to recover credits.
So I would agree with the fact that we are struggling to get students focused on just graduating from high school, much less taking on to that, what am I going to do after high school, although we're still trying. But for the most part, I think we've just been kind of in a little holding pattern a bit with with the FAFSA graduation requirement that's going into effect, because we want to advertise it, but we want to make sure that we're in alignment with what the state's putting out. And so we're just kind of waiting on those documents that we talked about earlier, the guidance and some of that stuff that's going to come out from the state. And as we're waiting on that, just trying to figure out, again, what to do with our current students, but then how to make it a priority and focus for our students for next year, and also to focus on letting them know the importance of going ahead and filing their taxes this year, because it's going to be a requirement next year. So.
All right. Any questions, comments for our school district partners? Next item would be from the Data Collection Subcommittee, Deshae Reed from the Coordinating Board.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to give a quick update about what the Data Collection Subcommittee discussed. We had a November 2nd virtual meeting, and we had 4 topics of discussion. Our first topic of discussion was in relation to the grant payment system and some updates and enhancements that we worked on. One of the enhancements was to update the appropriation function to allow institutions to make changes to their student count for the FAD reconciliation process that they're going through for cycle 3 for the FY 2020. So this allowed them to make any kind of increases or decreases to the grant programs when it came to their student count, so they were able to reconcile a little easier. Our next discussion topic was the FAD instruction manual, which we did release a couple of weeks ago in November. We highlighted some of the changes with that FAD manual, the reporting cycle dates changes to the reporting year. We added language about CARES as well as language about GEAR and where they could report those and the data elements that were related to the 3 grant programs. And we also updated any annual award amounts. We got a couple of suggestions during that time for improvements on where to add certain language and place certain notes within the manuals, which we did take up those suggestions when we released that FAD manual, like I said, a couple of weeks ago. The next topic we talked about was the modernization project that is happening within the financial aid services area. This particular project is a new project to provide a one-stop portal for institutions and the coordinating board staff to administer state financial aid programs. The application is to support any customer service activities. Some potential considerations that we went over with the committee was a single sign-on for institutions to integrate any institution's allocation information, funds requests, return of funds, and contact information. It would be a system to allow schools to create and update user access to the several portals that their staff members have access to. We also considered integrating the website for the student financial aid programs and an ability for internal staff to manage any changes and a more centralized storage system and opportunities for a reporting area. We did get committee feedback on some additional areas that we should consider for this particular project to allow uploading of files, add any kind of certification or changes to the loan system. Also in the portal, add financial aid questions and a discussion board. So we did add those considerations to that project, and we will be sending off a proposal to our executive leadership regarding it. The last discussion topic we went over was really just updates, and it was just high-level updates that were happening within the Office of Student Financial Aid Programs. We discussed several different deadline dates that were coming up during that particular time. Also, we discussed any updates that happened on the SFAP webpage. So we gave a recap of some of the changes that were done, not only to the SFAP webpage, but also to our HH Loans website, where we made some simplification and reducing of information and aligning some better language and forms there. And then we also did give a TASFA advisory update to those committee members, so they were aware of some of the recommendations that were laid out in the report that Claudette discussed earlier. And then we also talked about the pre-disbursement permissions that were restored, and we sent out a notice not too long ago letting all institutions know that there was permissions that were restored and some of the capabilities of those permissions. And those, again, were the 4 topics that we discussed. I will leave it open for any questions.
I don't have a question, but I do just want to comment that, listening to Deshay talk about what the data collection subcommittee did is just such an excellent example of how the Financial Aid Advisory Committee and its subcommittees contribute to the agency. And so that committee has been, such a useful source of information for us. And I appreciate the work that they do.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deshay, and I would echo that appreciation for all that you and the committee are doing. The next item is the election of a vice chair. The vice chair position is a position where the individual would serve in that capacity in the current year and then would be the chair for the next year. And so I'm looking for any nominations. Nominations can be made for other individuals who are on the committee, as well as you could self-nominate, but would just pause for a moment here and to see if there are any nominations, or if there are maybe further questions of clarification as to this role. and our move here to assign a vice chair. I do have information where I received some interest, and I would support a nomination for Denise Welch to be the vice chair for this year.
Well, this is Thomas. I would support that. I think Denise would do a wonderful job.
And I have to get out of. Go ahead.
Sorry, Heidi. It's Kelly.
Okay.
I agree. I would support Denise as well.
That's all I was going to say. So ditto.
Do want to give opportunity for others, if there are others that are interested. But if not, I'm going to pause for a few minutes, and if there are no other nominations, move forward with the process of accepting this one nomination that we have. Okay, so with no other nominations, I am going to call a voice vote for the nomination of Denise Welch as our vice chair for this year. If you want to all unmute, and I'll just ask for those who would be in favor of Denise serving as vice chair in this next year, respond with an affirmative aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Okay, given that, congratulations, Denise, as our vice chair.
Congratulations.
Woohoo.
Next item for consideration is the data collection subcommittee chair, where we are needing to determine a new chair for that committee. And so, again, I'm looking for any nominations for an individual to chair this subcommittee. Any questions about that? It looks like Deshay, you're popping back on.
I'm only to say I'm so easy to work with. I mean, you'll have fun.
I mean, I think there are folks who are on the
details on what that would encompass, what the duties are.
Deshay, could you speak to that?
Yes, I can. So the chairperson would be working with me just so we can talk about agenda items. They would also be able to work with the committee, get information out amongst the financial aid community. So anything that we're discussing within the community, to get feedback, if that's what we're questioning as far as feedback. And really, it's a person who's going to kind of lead the committee as it comes to related topics that the agency wants to pull together. And I will be assisting in that. And like I said, working with that chairperson when it comes to the topics that the committee wants to bring up, as well as what the agency wants to bring up.
Okay, Didi, I see your raised hand waves. Yeah.
Yeah, I've worked with the data collection subcommittee for several years, and so I would be very interested in doing that.
Okay. So we have one individual. Anyone else that might be interested in serving in that role. With no other nominations, no other comments, I would bring forward the nomination of Dee Dee Gonzalez to serve as the chair of the subcommittee for data collection. In the same manner, we'll take a voice vote. All in favor, respond by aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Well, congratulations and thank you, Dee Dee, for stepping up to serve in that role.
Ed, before we move on to the next piece, I just want to remind everyone that for those of you who are new on these, on the FAC, that when it comes to the subcommittees, while the chair of the subcommittee needs to be a FAC member, the members of the committee don't need to be. So if you have someone in your office or someone that you think would be a really good person to be on the data collection subcommittee, reach out to Dee Dee to let her know. Or if you're interested in joining the data collection subcommittee, reach out to Dee Dee. So just wanted you to be aware that it is a broader membership.
Okay, so one more subcommittee where we're looking for someone to serve as chair in this year, and that would be the legislative subcommittee. This was chaired by Shannon Crossman in the past, but she's no longer on the FAC. And so we're needing to identify another individual to serve as that chair, again, in the same role as these other subcommittees. They would just help in organizing and assisting in those subcommittee meetings. So any nominations or volunteers for a chair for the legislative subcommittee?
Ed, like we did with the last committee, I think it'd be useful just to give a quick heads up on kind of what this committee does. With the legislative recommendations, the goal is to just help the agency understand what are the issues that institutions feel are most critical. It's not that we, lobby for these issues. Since as John Wyatt mentioned, we don't have a legislative agenda in particular, but it's very helpful for us to understand what are the issues that the financial aid community feels are most critical, so that as elected officials come to us and ask us questions, we're able to respond in kind. Oftentimes we'll have elected officials reach out to us prior to filing a bill, just to kind of float ideas by us. And if we have an understanding of what the financial aid community's interests are, it helps us respond to that. So I just wanted to mention kind of what the goal of the Legislative Recommendations Committee, subcommittee was.
Okay, with that, are there individuals, I think there are a few that are on the FAC who have been a part of that subcommittee in the past. Would maybe suggest that you might be a great candidate to chair, but wouldn't need to have been on that subcommittee in the past to step up and chair that committee. It's my understanding, if we're not able to identify a chair for this committee or subcommittee, that committee would still exist, but it would not be able to continue meeting until we were to have a chair. So I think potentially what that might do is delay that committee doing any work until our next FAC meeting. just might mention that as if there's individuals who are contemplating the possibility of serving in that role, that there's no better time than the present. I do have an individual on the chat that looks like, I don't know if I would take that as a nomination, but I will. For Arnold, if you might consider chairing that committee.
Well, thanks, Denise, for the nomination. Well, and who is this chair or subcommittee chair reporting to? Is it at the staff level at the board?
The subcommittee chairs report to the chair of the FAC. So that. But are you asking who's your liaison support? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
So in the past, the liaison support, both Deshay and I have provided support on that. And so.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get to the point, and it's really my comedian side. When I first met Deshay, she got after me, so I'm still dealing with that post-traumatic stress. But anyhow, I accept the nomination so we can move forward. And I'm just kidding, Deshay. So
we'll there'll maybe need to be therapy that will be part of that subcommittee, or
yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I would have some therapy sessions before we get into the meat of the substance. So, but anyway, delighted to be here, and yes, I'll be looking forward to contribute if y'all vote me in.
Okay, so we do have one nomination, and want to take a moment to not miss an opportunity for another who might want to be considered. Not hearing any other nominations, again, we'll take a voice call vote on accepting the nomination of Arnold to be the chair of the Legislative Recommendation Subcommittee. All in favor with the sign of A.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign? Okay, great. Thank you, Arnold, for being willing to serve in this way.
Absolutely.
Our next agenda item is with Chad, and it's just about the FAFSA deadline language that we need to establish for this upcoming year.
Thank you. And let me just clarify to start that this is not about the priority deadline rule and what date should be assigned. It has to do with the fact that the rule currently in place is for January 15th, and how do we convey that information for the FAFSA that will open in October. And in your handout, it has the language that's been used, and we've looked at this in the past and have kind of shortened the information to make it more easily understood. Right now, the proposal that I put forward is to simply update the date, the year, but to use the same information that we've used in the past, which is for priority consideration, submit application by date specified, which it specifies at the beginning, January 15th, and that additional forms may be required. Private and two-year institutions may have different deadlines. Check with your financial aid administrator. And so wanted to check with you all as to whether you want to recommend any changes in that language so that I can be prepared when NASGAP comes out with the request for our language.
This is Bridget. Where is that text? I see the agenda, I don't see
If you go to the very first page of the handout, it says handout for agenda item 16, and it gives you a link to page 15.
This is Taryn. I don't know if it's appropriate to add here, but with next year's FAFSA being the first FAFSA that has the FAFSA graduation requirement, is that something that we want to incorporate into the messaging that currently exists in that box?
It's my understanding, I mean, we as a state have the ability to put whatever we would want in there. I mean, that's correct. I mean,
it goes against the efforts to simplify the wording. I understand that aspect. So that's kind of where I'm torn. But if it is something that we're trying to help encourage students who are already doing the FAFSA, then again, if they're already in the FAFSA seeing that language, maybe they're not our audience for those who need to fill it out by a certain deadline.
Shauna?
Well, I can't believe I'm saying this since I'm representing high schools, but I know a lot of people fill out the FAFSA who are not in high school, like current college students do. So I don't know if it's appropriate maybe to add the part that would only apply to a very small population applying.
This is Kelly. I think that the language that you have written on the handout, I think it sounds great. I think it's to the point, and I think it looks good.
Any other comments?
Well, based on that, and based on the small discussion we had on the high school piece, I think we'll probably lean more towards the idea that the FAFSA is for a wider population than just the high school, and not put in something very specific to that. That's always something that we can revisit a year from now, if we discover that there was significant confusion and needing to get a sentence in there for the future. And as I said before, I'll be continuing to raise the questions about the priority deadline that you all have raised, in all the discussions about financial aid, as to how the priority deadline plays into everything in the first place. So, thank you.
Okay, Chad, you're for the next agenda item as well. Just an update of work in the Student Financial Aid Programs Office.
Before that, I believe we have an agenda item about the proposed Texas Administrative Code.
I apologize.
I want to go over.
I'm getting ahead of myself, but it's all you.
So, in the past, there were times when we had some proposed language for you all to review and provide feedback about the Texas Administrative Code. This one is a bit different in that my question is more, should the agency look at updating some language before I even try to tackle that piece? One of the things in the Texas Administrative Code right now is that the Administrative Code for exemptions and waivers has about 95 rules spread out over something like 13 different subchapters when it comes to the exemptions and waivers. And so kind of the question of, whether or not the Financial Aid Advisory Committee is interested in seeing the agency pursue a more streamlined approach to the exemption and waiver information in the administrative code. The idea being creating a single exemption and waiver subchapter in Chapter 22, which is the Student Financial Aid Programs chapter, to provide a more efficient presentation of the details that are necessary. In reading through them, I do see that there seems to be quite a bit of redundant information in the administrative code that could be removed. The definitions that help guide the exemptions and waivers, that's a place we're interested in adding some more clarity, because institutions have asked us to define a few terms related to exemptions and waivers. And, in an initial thought, that the chapter would kind of be laid out as, a rule that defines the exemptions and waivers that are covered by the subchapter, definitions, a rule looking at definitions, as well as rules that target exemptions or waivers where we're specifically required to provide some rules. Right now, as I look out at the exemptions and waivers, there's some rules out there that we have that we aren't required to have out there, and that may cause confusion by us having them out there. But before we kind of tackled this idea of taking 13 subchapters and 95 rules and trying to condense them down into a more streamlined approach, I wanted to get feedback from the Financial Aid Advisory Committee on whether you think that would be beneficial for you all, or whether you think, the way it's set up right now works well, and it's just that we need to tweak a couple of those to make some of their definitions clearer, because ultimately the goal is creating administrative code that helps you do your jobs. That's the goal with the administrative code, is to help you understand how you need to administer these programs. So which direction do you think we should go? Status quo with some tweaks, or a new subchapter that streamlines everything? Kelly.
I love the idea of streamlining it and making it easier to find all of the information in one place. So that would be my hope, is that y'all would move in that direction.
I see Bridget nodding. I see Denise nodding. I see Dee Dee nodding. I see Arnold nodding. Victoria's nodding. There might be people who aren't on video that are nodding. Oh, there's Johanna nodding.
Yep. Chad, I agree as well.
Heidi's nodding. Ben Boland's nodding. Rochelle?
Yes, I was just going to say yes, I agree. Needs to be happening.
Okay.
Yep.
Then that is something that we will work on, is pulling those together. Probably what we'll likely have is by the March for the March meeting, in the materials, we'll provide those so that you can review them and provide us with initial feedback before we actually post them as proposed rules. Given the extent of the kind of significant shift from 13 subchapters to 1, I'll probably try to get that out to you even earlier. We usually try to get information out to you about a week and a half to 2 weeks before the meetings. But I'll probably try to get that out to you even earlier so that you have time to really kind of dive into it, to raise any questions or concerns. So having said that, I'll jump on to my next agenda item, the update from SFAP. In the handout materials, we do just have a summary of rules activity that has occurred. So items that have been adopted, as well as really we've only had one proposed rule since the last meeting that's currently, I think actually it just finished its 30-day comment period, and we didn't get any comments on it. So it hasn't been as active a proposed rule time period, as has occurred in the past couple meetings. In terms of announcements, I just wanted to let you all know, some of you may have worked with Lisa Moeller and Connie Cooper over your time working with student financial aid programs. They have a combined experience of 78 years working in our student financial aid programs. So, they have worked through a broad variety, working with our loan programs, working with our grant programs, working with our loan repayment programs. Most recently, they have spent the past few years working specifically with our reporting requirements, reporting to the legislature, and I've dubbed Connie as our SFAP historian because she's been able to find the answer to every old question that I have about things that happened before I was here. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the fact that they are retiring after long time service with the agency, and Deshay and Rin Harper, our Senior Director for Borrower Services, and I are talking through some of the adjustments that we'll be making with their retirement as to kind of how those things are, the areas that they oversee are going to fall under some new people within some reorganization, and we'll be able to talk more about that at the March meeting. So, but I just wanted to publicly acknowledge everything that they contributed to SFAP over their time here. I also use this time just as an update about deadlines, and just a reminder, if you have any, if you received any reallocated funds through the Emergency Educational Grant program, the federal program, the deadline for disbursement is today for those funds. So you can quickly email whoever and remind them that they've got to get those dispersed today. And then the deadline for the reporting of the preliminary report is December 15th to send that information in. As a reminder, the preliminary report includes all but 2 items. The 2 items that aren't included are items that are specifically related to completion of fall coursework and registration for spring coursework. And thus we have a second deadline in the coming year. I should know this. I think it's February 2nd, but don't hold me to it. I think, yeah, I'm going to say February 2nd. Deshay hasn't told me I'm wrong yet, so it must be February 2nd. So the February 2nd deadline will include those 2 extra elements, as well as an opportunity if there's anything that you need to adjust. But the preliminary report with the first 8 elements is due on December 15th. So please make sure that you get that in if you received any emergency educational grant funds.
February 1st.
February 1st. Which I think is a Sunday. So that's probably
Monday.
why I'm thinking, February 1st is a Monday? Okay, cool. So February 1st. And then just some things that have, some items since the last FAC meeting. One piece wanting to just let you know, you all are aware that we had turned on the toll-free lines for institutions to be able to contact us. And on November 16th, we were able to turn on our borrower toll-free line. And so after much effort of getting all the technology in place, which really required basically everyone in our call center getting a new computer that could handle it, we were able to turn on our phones for the borrowers. We also, as of November 1st, resumed our loan servicing activities. So the activities related to our due diligence correspondence, reporting to credit bureaus, assessment of late fees, etc. One of the things that we did in preparation for that is that anyone who wasn't in default on their loans prior to when all those activities started in March, all of those individuals were brought current during the month of October, so that when we say that we resumed those activities, we turned them back on in the system, but there's no one that would have, become late, during the pandemic periods. We made sure that no one was going to have that, that all of a sudden we turn it on and they're hit with late fees for the past 9 months or something like that. We went through and, I think we had to do something like 7,000 manual adjustments in the system to bring everybody current so that we could just kind of start fresh with November 1st and be able to start sending out reminders to people that their due dates were coming up and those types of things. I think that Deshay already mentioned that permissions were restored in HelmNet for schools to be able to process CAL and TASP change transactions. So hopefully you'll find that helpful in your loan processing efforts. And then we are also in the midst of our modernization of the loan repayment program efforts, bringing all of our loan repayment programs onto a new platform so that we can provide better customer service to our recipients, as well as really bring efficiency to the way we administer those. The first program that came up September 1st was the brand new Peace Officer Loan Repayment Program that was passed in the prior legislative session. The next program that's going to come up is our Nursing Faculty Loan Repayment Assistance Program. And that is scheduled right now to go live in March. And we are also building into this loan repayment process. We're also looking to build the TASP program, the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program, into this so that we can provide a more efficient platform for elected officials to make their nominations, as well as to name alternates and replacements. For institutions to be able to track their population as to who has received one of the scholarships so that they can report on SAP information and ROTC information and the like, so that we can better track students through the process, do more to help recipients understand their service requirements, their ROTC service while they're in school, and their armed services service once they graduate. So we're looking to really improve the way we handle that program, and this new platform provides a great opportunity for us to just improve the customer service on this program. So that's something that's coming. So those are some of the accomplishments that have occurred over the last since the last meeting. That's it for me, Ed.
Okay, thank. Any questions, comments? Okay, before we adjourn, wanted to take a little bit of time to just give opportunity for individuals to suggest any future topics for meetings. So any thoughts based on our time together today, things that have been happening in your area, of things that we might want to consider to add to the agenda for our next meeting? The only thought that I had, and it kind of sparked from the NASFA presentation and the talk about FAFSA simplification, and between that and then I don't know how many yesterday had an opportunity to listen on the webinar from NASFA that talked about kind of financial and economic issues in higher education, and Sandy Baum talked about the idea of, the more and more we simplify the FAFSA application, the less and less it becomes a true need analysis tool. And that's something that's been going on for years. I've always stated we've gone from it being need analysis to a rationing of limited federal resources as being that's all that the FAFSA application is doing. And so one thing that came to mind is, how does that affect, Sandy Baum talked about institutions that have significant institution dollars, may want to consider utilizing some other need analysis to target their funds to the appropriate students. And I guess in the meeting today thought, what about at the state level? And the fact that we use the FAFSA and whatever indexing number, EFC it's currently called, it might be called something different in the future. But is that enough for those state dollars to be targeted to the students who we really intend those dollars to go to? And so I don't know, if that has been a discussion in the past or may need to be in the future. Just to say, might we need to move to, a state application as well? I mean, other states do have them, my understanding, to kind of address that issue and other eligibility issues. But I don't know if that is something that is of interest or concern of other people, but do wonder if the FAFSA becomes less and less of a tool to really assess financial need. Are we at the state level concerned about that and where our dollars are being targeted? So.
Well, and I think that's would be an excellent conversation topic to hear from institutions your thoughts on that, so that as there are these other discussions about financial aid broadly, being able to understand your thoughts puts us in a better position at the agency, that if it comes up in these other discussions, that we can make sure that we represent those ideas in those discussions.
This is Taryn. As a additional line to that too would be, if the FAFSA is simplified and we have less data points, that's less data for us to provide to the state to make decisions on the need of our students and which schools have more need than other schools. So it could impact allocation and decisions, at the for information that we provide to legislators as well.
So I'll just leave it because, again, with time, this may be a topic we'll want to explore in the future and, make note of that. So, I think we could easily spend the whole afternoon talking about this if we weren't looking and saying it's 1 o'clock and we've got our afternoon already scheduled with other things. So are there any other, topics that we might want to consider? I think, again, would just reiterate, this isn't the only opportunity. If you have a thought at 2 o'clock in the morning when you wake up and your mind starts to wander, that's me, jot it down and shoot an email, and that can be something as we build our agendas for future meetings. So unless there's any other comments, any other questions, I'm ready to call for adjourning of this meeting.
So moved.
All right. A second?
Second.
Okay. Hearing no one not wanting to adjourn this meeting, I'll call this meeting adjourned. But thank you for your time, and we'll look forward to connecting in a similar format, most likely, here on March 4th. But again, thank you for your time and all that you're doing to serve the students of Texas.
All right, everybody. Thank you.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.